Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 2022 TrueBank Des Moines Challenge. We're here for the third and final round, and the venue, of course, Pickard Park. Championship caliber course that has provided plenty of drama and excitement this weekend. And this young man, Evan Smith, is in the lead. Just a slim one-stroke margin over second place, but is currently being chased by the entire field. And one of the deadliest chasers in all of disc golf, Paul McBeth, proving yesterday he can make the improvements. He can flip a switch. He did so from the morning round into the afternoon round. And of course, a two-time champion this year alone on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, Simon Lizotte. His game really on another level. And when Simon Lizotte is playing well, he's having fun, he's entertaining the crowd, he's as deadly as any other competitor out there. Nate Doss, along with Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, we're here in the studio. But Nate, I feel so much more protected here than I do being, say, Evan Smith out on the course right now. Is he in trouble?
Yeah, if you're Evan Smith, you're most certainly the hunted. And, you know, for Evan Smith, he's found himself in this position in one of the most unique sort of events we've had on the Disc Golf Pro Tour in a long time. He's gotten here and really hasn't had to play in front of the cameras. But today he will. And it kind of reminds me of myself when I was 20 years old, coming in to the World Championship without having ever won more than a B tier. Evan Smith is the exact same situation. Oh, and of course they have to bring it up, don't they, Terry?
There's a young Matty O tapping out at the Worlds, Nate. This is 2005, the World Championship title.
Yeah, so this was 2005. I was 20 years old at this moment, and I had not won more than a B tier. Of course, I was able to tap out and win the World Championship. Terry Miller, you were there handing me some signature discs that said Nate Doss World Champion. It was an amazing moment, and today that moment might be there for Evan Smith as well. For him to do that, it would almost be an astronomical victory. In fact, probably the best we've ever seen. He has Simon Lizotte, who has been playing incredibly well. You have Paul McBeth, who obviously is just trying to round out his game for the World Championship, and this would certainly be the feather in his cap heading into next week.
Yeah, and Evan Smith has been playing well throughout this year. We've even seen him in the top 20 as recently as last week at Ledgestone. But Paul McBeth, while we know his accolades could go on and on for days, and again, we saw what he did yesterday. He struggled during the morning round. He came out and made adjustments later on that same day. Not necessarily just the next round, but it was the same exact day, just hours later, he came out and performed at a high level, including the long 60-footer there on hole number 4. And then here he is, hole number 12, going right up the middle, just punching it through. He's got to do work on the green, and he says, I'll take it. He was 100% inside circle 1, 100% listed for circle 2. And then when you have drives like this that are just buzzing past the basket, left with a little bit of an awkward stance, but it didn't matter. He would close that out with the birdie. Then coming into 18, going after the course record, setting himself up to do so with that easy tap-in. Paul McBeth making a massive jump. In fact, one of the biggest jumps he's ever seen from way back all the way up into the chase card. And here's one of the most crazy statistics you can see. He's come back to win from a 4-shot deficit 5 different times in his career. The real question for that, Nate, is how many times has that been off the chase card?
Well, that was the exact question we had, and it has actually happened twice. From more than 4 shots back, Paul McBeth has won 2 times from the chase card, in 2018 at Idlewild and in 2015 at the Beaver State Fling. So Paul McBeth obviously has done it all in his career, including coming back from the chase card to win some of the biggest tournaments that we have throughout any given season. And really, I go back to the first round when Paul McBeth was in 104th place. He made a 50-footer on hole number 7 for birdie, and from there on, it was only going up the leaderboard all throughout yesterday. It was amazing, and we'll see if he can do it today.
Here's your chase card action coming at you.
World Champion, Paul Macbeth. Out of Greenwood, Arkansas. Let's give it up for KJ USA, Kevin Cole. Universal City, Texas, Mason Ford.
Chase card is off, but let's take a quick look at our Canna current conditions. 75 degrees, another beautiful day out here. The humidity has been cut in half from what we've seen over days 1 and 2, and as has the wind. It's just down to 5 miles per hour at north to northeast. Pickard Park ready to provide us the venue for our championship Sunday. Right now, along on the green near hole number 1, we've got Brian Earhart along with Grant Zellner. Take it away, guys.
Grant, final day, Pickard Park. What a day it's been so far.
I had to wear the sunglasses because we haven't had a chance to wear them all weekend long, but starting early this morning as the women's field was finishing up, the sun came out. It's been beautiful conditions. The course has held up very, very well to the early weather, and so now we're getting to reap the benefits, and it's great.
It was a pretty dominant performance for Christian Tatar this morning, but for the MPO field, even with all the chaos from all of the schedule changes, we have quite a few players within 4 strokes of the lead. Anything can happen out here.
Yeah, you and I were talking about that. It feels like the top of the leaderboard is a little tighter than it often is by this stage in the tournament. And on top of that, we had an early leader in Matty O who shot 11 down in round 1 and then just even par in round 2. We had Paul Macbeth do almost exactly the opposite of that, his round 1 to his round 2 performance. He moved up 100 or 99 positions yesterday. So many players have a chance as of this very moment, so let's see what happens.
Exciting round of disc golf coming your way. We're going to send it back to the booth, Terry.
Appreciate it, Brian and Grant, and we're going to hear from Brian throughout the round today. We'll be able to lean on him for a couple close calls and also maybe get another perspective from what he's seeing on the ground. And from up above, we're seeing Mason Ford lining up his second shot here on hole 1.
I think Brian said it perfectly. Anything can happen today, and I truly believe that. We're obviously talking about Lizotte and Macbeth. Those are the 2 guys that we expect to potentially win this tournament. But there's a lot of guys that are in striking distance that would like to say otherwise. Mason Ford being one of them. Mason has experience winning an Elite Series event. He won at the Music City Open last year. And, you know, he might be one of those guys. Right now, if you get on fire here in the front 9, anything is possible when you hit that back 9.
Well, I think even just to follow up on what you said about won it at the Music City Open, and he did so in dramatic playoff fashion against Ricky Wysocki. So he's been there. He's got hopefully the nerves under control. I would expect so, and Paul Macbeth knows he's going to have to come out and do something special just as he did yesterday to have any chance at this. And Paul Macbeth had gone out of bounds here yesterday. Today, he just barely stays in bounds.
He potentially thankful that he hit one of those cameramen. That was a lot of speed coming through there. He either did that or just checked up really nicely. Yeah, Paul just doesn't have the kind of the gauge here on the second shot. Yesterday he went left out of bounds. That would have been long out of bounds without a little bit of good fortune either on the ground play or potentially hitting one of the cameramen. Should mention the cameramen are part of the course. Nobody's fault when that happens.
Jacob seems to have the distance dialed in just a bit long, but very, very makeable comeback putt. And Paul Ulibarri out on the course.
Oh boy, isn't it nice to see our pal Paul Ulibarri playing well here on the third card. And that's a beautiful second shot from Uli. Uli parred hole number 1. He's got his caddy Brad Hammock, a world champion on the Masters side of things, and a long-time great disc golfer, Brad Hammock, on the bag for Paul Ulibarri.
And Kevin Jones puts himself on the green, looking for a birdie. And he's going to be in circle 2 with that look. I'm going to take another look at it. And just hanging it out wide. Very similar to what we saw from Paul McBeth.
It really is the wider side of the green, you know, considering that you have that large bunker of bushes and trees that are just short right of the basket, but still not you know, exactly perfectly dialed in. Hole number 1 playing is the 7th most difficult hole. Just 20% of the field have taken birdies. And I think a lot of that has to do, it's probably one of the easier tee shots, being that for the right-handed backhand player, it's just a standard hyzer. But the second shot is really what creates all that challenge. You need to have a long sidearm or a very just accurate turnover backhand, or you can play like Mason Ford, who just played it as a hyzer on the backhand side, willing to take that 25-foot putt from the short left position.
And what will be interesting as we're seeing the gallery move down here is how they're going to be divided out there today in terms of watching the action on the chase card with Paul McBeth, Kevin Jones being your household names, and Mason Ford, as opposed to seeing Simon and the rest of the names on the lead card. So I'll be interested to see how that happens. And Kevin Jones off the top. So a little rough start here for Kevin Jones. McBeth is going to go to one knee. Oh, now he's opting for the other direction.
Yeah, I think a better side here, the wind coming off his left. Want the disc to push towards the basket.
What a putt by McBeth.
I think that was a really smart call. Had he gone up to the other side of the tree, he would have been putting on more of a hyzer, and with that left to right wind, that hyzer putt would have gotten dropped. By putting it flatter, even with a little turnover, it just lifted right into the basket. Great putt from Paul McBeth. Mason Ford, here's that 25-footer we were talking about.
Mason will answer with a birdie of his own, and an incredible stat, thanks to our friends at Statmando, tells me McBeth's 1082 round 2 yesterday was the highest rated round in the last 2 years that had started with a bogey. Great comeback putt for Kevin Jones.
And Terry, I did not catch it, but was Jones in bounds? He did stay in bounds. It was a tough. UDisc doesn't show it quite yet, but that OB line is really close right there We'll wait a moment here and find out the exact number on Jones. If you haven't seen Jake Hebenheimer putt, he's a horseshoe putt. A really unique look here. Very effective.
So 3 birdies and a par carded on hole 1. Paul McBeth outstretched from circle 2. Finds the middle of the basket. Opening today 2 strokes better than yesterday's hot round. Oh, it's going to be a real cat fight out here today during this tournament. We'll be right back.
Hello, my name is Keith Welling. I am the CEO of TrueBank. We have 8 convenient locations in central Iowa for your service, with our main headquarters here in Indianola.
We have a wonderful staff here to serve you with any financial need. We have a dedication to customer service that we are very proud of.
It is important to help our communities thrive. TrueBank is proud to donate year after year to local organizations and events.
Welcome to
Welcome back.
Emporia, home of the 2022 PDGA Professional Disc Golf World Championships. Emporia is excited to have Worlds back right here in the disc golf capital of the world. Disc golf is a pretty big deal in Emporia, and the DD Pro Shop can serve all your disc golf needs. And you can play disc golf too. We have several 18 and 9-hole courses in the area. You could play any time of the day and then a short drive to watch Worlds. So plan your trip and experience history firsthand. See you in August.
I would recommend the Envy to every single person that plays disc golf.
This is such a good throwing putter.
If you don't have an Envy in your bag, I don't know what you're doing.
The Envy is one of the most pure, straight flying putters.
Comes out clean, can handle power, it can handle touch. It's just very versatile.
It holds any line that you're really putting it on. It's so good. So good! It's so good.
It was important for me to partner with a retailer that could help with growing my brand and making my products available all over the country and across the world. Flight Factory has helped me accomplish that. Check out all of my gear and thousands of other discs at Flight Factory.
The TrueBank Des Moines Challenge is presented by Discraft, the worldwide leader in disc sports. We're back with Paul McBeth. His tee shot on hole number 2. Safe but short.
Safe but short. Pretty standard landing zone here, really on hole number 2. Oh, as we see Emerson Keith on 3.
Oh, and he looks like he hit one of the gaps to skip toward the pin. Emmer Daddy's going to be putting from there. We're going to take a quick look at our UDisc course close-up as we're out here just south of Des Moines in Indianola, Iowa. Course established in 1999, one of the original designs, in part by Juliana Korver. Number 3 rated course in Iowa, and our MPO layout gives us just shy of 10,000 feet at 9,626. And of course, we see plenty of water and woods. We also have a significant amount of elevation out this course, really challenging so many different components of your game. And if you want to be challenged like our professionals, you can find your way over to Pickard. Make sure you download UDisc, the app for disc golfers. They give you directions on how to get there and even direct you from hole to hole if you somehow get yourself lost or confused. And I know I live in a state of confusion, Nate, but we're going to be ready to go here in just a moment as we're on Championship Sunday, the final big event before we head into the World Championships, just about 4 hours south of here, which will take place, of course, in Emporia, Kansas.
Yeah, such an exciting week. Of course, Des Moines being one of the better, well, all the tournaments on the tour are great. Then this is one of the players' favorites. And then, of course, in Emporia, Kansas for the World Championship. You never know. Evan Smith might be the world champion. That's the beauty of disc golf. It really is. Everybody starts at even, don't they, Terry?
Yeah, we're about to get started here, Nate. Championship round. Here we go.
Leading the tournament out of Raleigh, North Carolina, Evan Smith.
Are we? Oh, yeah, we do. They're like right there. All right, cool.
Terry, I believe they're going to go ahead and stand down for the chase card, who is on the fairway at 2, and you've mentioned it before, these two fairways parallel each other. As I was saying before about Paul McBeth, even though his tee shot was short, as long as you're outside of that stand of trees that's in the middle of this fairway, the second shot is relatively easy. Paul McBeth proving that right there. It's going to be back-to-back birdies for Paul McBeth.
And definitely one of the best drives we've seen all week here on hole number 3. Emerson Keith setting up for a birdie. And if you said to somebody, hey, I'm going to be 1 down after the first 3 holes, you wouldn't guess, oh, you're going to birdie hole number 3.
They would have said, oh, you got 2.
Exactly. But either way, nice work by Emerson Keith.
Yeah, and this morning, Evelina Salonen threw hole number 3 beautifully. I liked how she kept the sidearm higher on the hill on 3 and then drifted in late. Here's Kevin Jones. Oh, some bad tree play there. That's going to keep rolling.
So Jones will be putting from the edge of the woods. And this shot perfectly depicts what we're looking at. In the bottom, you see that the lead card is ready to get going, but off to the right-hand side, you see everyone else making their way up the fairway of hole number 2, and they just run almost perfectly parallel with one another. So Evan Smith already conscious of that gallery, and that's something they're going to have to keep our eyes on because they're going to hear eruptions from the chase card throughout. Here's Evan Smith.
Simon Lazat. Rounding out our card, out of Loveland, Colorado, Joel Freeman.
Four safe drives for our lead card. Championship Sunday, Nate. We need some info and some keys to success here, brought to us. Nate, break it down for us again. What do you need to do here? I think were you doing just that, conserving energy for a moment?
Yeah, we're conserving electricity here. Anyways, you want to really conserve that energy because as you get to that back nine, it gets really hilly. And then, of course, 18, such a difficult uphill par 5. Tee to green statistics, so crucial here. Yesterday, it was really key. Paul McBeth putting himself in a lot of opportunities and making putts. You got to play tee to green and then back nine scoring. This front nine is really what you see is what you get. It's right there in front of you. But as soon as we get to the back nine, it's really tricky. A lot of difficult, really tough angled par 4s. So you got to play well on that back nine. And of course, the finishing par 5, number 18, all the way uphill, opportunities for birdies, but also potentials for bogeys.
And now Paul McBeth with a tap-in look for birdie on hole 2, and he's off to a great start, getting 1 and 2. Now we're back with Evan Smith. Wow, and Evan Smith not far from the throw-in eagle there to open up his round. And I'm just going to put it out there right now. I hear you people loud and clear. Plenty have reached out in various social media forums and said, hey, Evan Smith is a contender. He is here to play. Yes, he is newer to the scene, but I had lots of fans and fellow competitors tell me just how good he is. He's had some success already this year. He just finished 20th at Ledgestone. He is rated well over 1,000, and so I certainly think he has every chance in the world to go out and take down this title. He's just up against a very tall task with the other top competitors we have, but we hear you guys.
I mean, that's a beautiful clarification, I guess, Terry. I don't remember saying that Evan Smith wasn't a contender. I mean, he's leading the tournament. I just think there are guys, the young guys that are in their area that everybody in that area knows and believes and thinks they're going to be a world champion. But it's not until you put it form in those environments do we really say, yes, you're a contender. You're always a nobody until you make yourself a somebody. And that could be today for Evan Smith.
Sidearm is low by Lizotte, but still looking for birdie. Here's Paul McBeth. Trying to punch it up the middle on hole number 3, and he's cleared it. Oh, and he's gone way deep.
Wow, what a skip that was, Terry. Just perfectly landing. We're going to have to find out if Paul actually found the out of bounds back there. We've seen nobody go long at this point.
Joel has sawed that off to the right side. Brian Earhart saw it on the ground. Brian, do you know if Joel just went OB to the right side in that over by that tree near the basket?
No, I don't think he found the OB. I think he is going to have a really tough basket, though.
right, Brian, you cut out, but we heard you say that he was likely safe. So maybe you have a similar putt to what Gannon Burr had yesterday through those trees. We're back with Paul Ulibarri, hole number 5. He's going big, Heiser. He's got to push back inbounds, and looks like he's stuck it. At least the gallery loves it.
Yeah, and today Ulibarri playing for a lot more than just a high top finish. I mean, he's trying to gain a lot of points that he missed out on when he had to take a break in the middle of the season. So a nice start there for Uli. And look at this from Mason Ford. Late tree kick there. Beautiful. Inside circle 1 for Ford. We did hear that Paul McBeth went out of bounds long on 3.
So this does have kind of a resemblance to what we saw from Gannon Burr here yesterday. But not the same result. So Joel Freeman looking at a par to start his round.
And if I could give you just a hair bit of more perspective for Evan Smith, in that 2005 World Championship that we showed video from before, we had Matt Oram in the group, and the other 2 were Ken Climo and Barry Schultz, who at the time, Barry was the 2-time defending world champion, and Ken Climo had 11 world titles. Nobody thought that I was going to win. That's the point. That is the point, and a part of being an athlete is going out and proving everybody wrong.
Burridge just sneaking over the edge. That's going to be a birdie here on 1 from circle 2.
We kind of have to say the same thing about Burridge. I mean, the 2021 winner of the AmNats in Michigan, a college student.
Also a individual college champion here this year.
Exactly.
So he certainly knows what it's like to play under pressure.
And he could win this tournament. And everything that we're talking about for Evan Smith is the same for Burridge. Of course, Lizotte looking for his 3rd title this season.
And in for birdie, so off to a great start.
We've received stories about Evan Smith and his dedication to practicing, and sometimes the last guy on the course at night and sometimes the first guy back to that same course in the morning. He is all in on being a professional disc golfer.
Emerson Keith, tee of 5, forehand. Love how this is sweeping left to right, tracking to the pin, and just behind it.
First big test here for Paul McBeth. The par save on 3. Outside circle 1.
Paul McBeth keeps the scorecard clean, saving the par on hole number 3.
Gotta love how that putting stroke is looking for Paul McBeth. Oh boy.
And here on hole number 2, Nate, what are they trying to do on this par 4?
Well, hole number 2, one of the easier holes here at the Pickard Park course. Playing as the 3rd easiest. Just a big hyzer off the tee. You want to avoid these trees on the lower left side of the fairway. In there, it just makes the second shot that much more difficult. If you want to be up here on the right, that's the perfect spot. Second shot from the right side of the fairway is definitely lined up as a sidearm, but it's a side hill slope here, so you really have to make sure that you get that sidearm coming in at the proper angle to avoid the roll away. It does get quite steep by the basket from right to left.
Evan Smith keeping it nice and low. That does push to that lower left-hand side. He'll bring those trees into play. And if you're looking for a big drive, well, there's no better person to yeet it than Simon Lizotte. Thanks to our friends over at Hooligan Discs. You know, they've created a new signature driver for Drew Gibson, another big long arm. Good to see both Drew and Simon go out to the field for some yeet competitions. Check out Hooligan Dis.
Yeah, clearly from what we've seen through the first 2 tee shots, advantage distance for Lizotte. But Burridge has got some big D as well. That's a nice shot from him. Just a little bit low on that fairway, but he is close enough to the right side of the fairway that the second shot should be relatively unimpeded. Smith, on the other hand, is going to be dealing with a couple of challenges. Nice shot there from Joel.
We're going to jump over to Kevin Jones throwing the tee shot of hole number 4. Oh, and what a redirect after it hit the ground.
Yeah, that check skip there for Jones. It almost jumped into the basket, but more importantly, staying in bounds.
And Andrew Fresnel collecting his birdie on hole number 5. He's 2 under for the round. Macbeth had to make a long putt here yesterday. He's hoping to get it closer. Oh, and Paul Macbeth almost sticks it on hole number 4, dropping it right next to the basket.
Wow. I don't even think, I mean, obviously he knows it's parked. I don't even know if he knows how close that was to going in. That was incredible.
Wow, Paul Macbeth looking dialed in the early goings here. He's sitting 3 back of our leader, Evan Smith, but he's going to have a tap-in birdie on hole number 4.
And Chandler Kramer out there slinging that sidearm. He is 8 under par through 13 holes, bogey-free.
Taking a look at Chandler Kramer's scorecard. More bogeys than not.
One thing we know,
Sunday to have.
We don't have a camera on Chandler. One thing we know is that he hasn't thrown it backhand today.
That's a solid assumption. And in a moment, I'm going to get the assessment here from Brian Earhart as we're watching Evan Smith throw a forehand.
And he hit the tree, and Terry, it has gone out of bounds. So he got too much height on it, hit that branch that was kind of right up ahead of him, and it kicked OB. Big mistake there from Smith.
Brian, what do the other 3 have left in terms of their approach shots? This feels like one of the easier holes on the course to get.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, first off, Joel and Robert have decent spots. They're in pretty standard positions. Simon smashed his drive, but he smashed it right in the middle of a ditch. He has terrible footing if he wants to take an approach. A standstill sidearm might be the best, but all 3 of these players have a pretty good look at the basket.
And Joel Freeman is inside the circle looking for a birdie.
Yeah, and really critical to see Joel's shot there, because what he did was he landed it at the pin. And if you landed about 20 feet to the left of the pin, that's when that slope really starts to hit, and those sidearms can come in and check and roll down into the woods, similar to the roll we saw from Kevin, although that came from a tree hit, but still that slope is what takes everything down into the woods.
Great looking shot by Burridge.
I really do think that, Terry, once we've played 10 holes, if any player that's within 3 shots has a chance to win. No question about it. This back nine, all kinds of chaos. That's when we've seen more of the bogeys on the back nine.
Easy work for Simon Lizotte.
Yeah, as Brian said, just went to the standstill.
And this already looks to be the first little obstacle that Evan Smith is going to have to get over with this OB shot. I want to throw it back out to Brian for a moment. Brian, you have even more insight as to a little bit of Evan Smith's background and his history with playing?
Yeah, I mean, he's only been playing about 6 or 7 years. He said he started throwing sidearm only and then went to backhand only and then got hurt and then he went to both to try to balance out the strain. He also played the battle at Bedford with Paul McBeth last year. Asked Paul, how do I get good? Paul very bluntly responded to him and said, practice 8 hours a day and then come back to me. He went to the off season, did exactly that, and here he is now with the lead card of an Elite Series event. Pretty cool stuff. He's also a vocal performance major at the University of North Carolina School for the Arts. Dual threat.
Sounds like he's really putting in the work, and if Paul McBeth gives you advice, I guess you should take it. Here's Kevin Jones. And he is just deep at the pin.
I really like, if you have it, that sidearm here. The reason being, there's the final bush on the green on the right side that a lot of the backhand players have to try and swing it around. You have to kind of either go over it or around it. The sidearm, nothing in the way.
That's lifting and pushing right up the pin. Does it check up and stop?
Green flag for McBeth.
Now Lizotte for birdie on 2. Easy birdie. Simon starts out perfect, 2 for 2. Joel's on the board. He moves to 17 under. Robert also starts out 2 for 2. He's 18 under. Simon Lizotte is your new leader at 19 under. We'll be right back.
We are dedicated to the game. Developing technology and providing data that helps you take the next step. Whether it's your next training session, league night, or major. Because we believe the best way to grow the sport is to push the sport. And the best way to do that is together. We're focused on the future to make that happen.
Zuka carload, 8 avocado, take 7.
Action. And cut. Perfect. That's a wrap, everyone.
Welcome back. We're on the tee of 3 with our new leader, Simon Lizotte.
So here on 3, catch cam view, you can see how many trees are on the inside track. Like I was mentioning earlier, this morning, Evelina Salonen put a sidearm that really pushed the left side of the fairway and finished late, and that gave her a great chance at birdie. Burridge just a little bit too straight. You gotta kind of get it out there straight and then drift to the right at the end. I'm not saying it's easy. In fact, for me, I don't know. I'd be trying to twist a backhand through there. This is a tough sidearm.
Common tree hit here on 3. And Paul McBeth has found the backstop over here on 5, as you can see. Oh, and he's certainly giving it a run. I thought he might just be looking to pitch it out, but clearly trying to still make it. Not see that crest the hill either. I will be excited to see what hole number 3 looks like for next year's version. Of course, designers and staff talked about what trees should remain and if any others should be pulled out. And it feels like the consensus among a lot of the players was there's just a couple near the end of its flight that could be removed. But staff wanted to see how this played here in 2022, and they'll make notes accordingly.
Not a tough upshot here, just got to pick the side you want to go for. We've seen most of the players be able to get up and down from this area of the fairway.
That will result in a par for Evan Smith. Likely the same there for Joel. Good recovery shot. Jumping ahead, Kevin Jones on 5. And Jones now putting together 3 in a row. Burridge just looking to pitch it up.
You're trying to get
One of
that
the
outside.
shorter holes on the course. That's just 320 feet. Played as the 4th most difficult today. Here's McBeth. This is for par.
And Terry, that aggression out of the bushes with an almost impossible make leads to a bogey as Paul is unable to get the par putt up and in. That's a tough part of the course because of the lake and the elevated basket. A lot of wind swirling around like right there. That's the first blemish on Macbeth's scorecard today. Matty O making a run, 6 down through 10. Kramer picked up another birdie, 9 under through 14.
We're up ahead now on the green of 6. This is Ulibarri on 6. And doesn't convert. Now back with Lazat. Tee of 4.
Oh boy.
Yeah, not the reaction he thought he'd get.
Not at all. But his power allows him to stay safe. You can see those white stakes out there. That's the OB long right. And Terry, we saw both Kevin Jones and Macbeth pretty much park this hole, but today 4 playing as the most difficult hole on the course. 36% of the field have taken bogey.
We'll see how aggressive Burridge wants to be from there. That's
Yeah.
kind of in that tester zone, isn't it, Nate?
Oh, definitely, because he's looking right back at the water, and any skip off the top of this basket would lead to an out of bounds.
Spotter will run down there. I can't imagine that there's any way that jumped up and found inbounds. Here's Emerson Keith for birdie on 6. And he's picked up half of them so far in round 3. Back with Evan on the tee. Yeah, right there in Burridge territory. And Paul Macbeth's tee shot on 6. He's gone out of bounds, but we don't want you going anywhere. We're right here on the Disc Golf Network after a word from these sponsors.
If disc golf is your game, make Gotta Go, Gotta Throw your Disc Golf Warehouse. With a huge selection of discs, bags, baskets, carts, shirts, and more. GottaGoGottaThrow.com has all the tools to take your game to the next level. Shop online or our Golden Valley, Minnesota store. Free shipping with all online orders over $75. Online or in-store, get what you need for the game you love. GottaGoGottaThrow.com, your disc golf warehouse. In the game since 1993.
Welcome back. We're with Emerson Keith. He's landed in the hazard, so this is a par look on 7. And he doesn't connect, so likely a bogey result is coming for Emerson Keith on 7. So we're just seeing that he had birdied 3 out of the first 6, and hole 7 coming out to get him.
Yeah, 7 definitely one of those holes that's kind of a pitfall hole because it's an island. and it's uphill, and there's wind, all kinds of stuff. You really want to avoid, obviously, missing that island, but it's one of those islands that even if you do miss it, you can still have that chance to make that par putt, as it's played as a hazard. Play it where it lies with a one-stroke penalty. Back over here to Lazat. You really have to think, or I guess I should say I really have to think there's no chance that Simon Lazat goes for this putt. A, that tree just to the short right of the basket, making it impossible for him to fly his normal flight on a putt. B, everything drifting right to the water.
So Lazat just pitches it up to the pin. And also with regards to this pin, there's a extra little contest going on out there today. This is a closest to the pin bounty. There's a $500 gas card on the line, I believe, from the local Geico insurance office there in the Des Moines area. We're going to check in with Brian at some point, and Brian hopefully will be able to give us who that winner is and who had the closest to the pin shot on today. You got to think
there's
Paul
no
McBeth
question
was one of them.
No question.
Well,
he was like 6 inches away. Whoever got closer to him, great job. A half go from Burridge. And let's see what Smith's got here. The only kind of bright side of this putt is that the hyzer putt does drift back away from the water.
Yeah, the speed, just not the angle.
Yep. And we saw Joel Freeman from the drop zone. Any out-of-bounds shot here on number 4, regardless of where it's out of bounds, headed to that drop zone that Freeman was at.
And I'm going to go ahead and say, not the best layup that Joel Freeman could have had from the drop zone either.
No, not at all.
I mean, he's still leaving himself just an ounce of doubt or hesitation with the putt that he's left with.
And look what Evan Smith has left himself with. I mean, his footing is side hill sloping, and the gravity of this green is from his right to left. The average miss from this direction would be left side.
Solid putt.
Wow. I wouldn't go as far as say solid.
Oh, well, solid result.
That was barely in on the left side, but in nonetheless.
Joel nonchalantly tapping that one in, making it look easy.
I'm thinking that little thing on the ground is where Paul McBeth's drive landed. Right there by Simon's foot. It's got to be.
And here's McBeth's third shot after the OBT shot on 6. So if he can get up and down from here, he could save the par. And that's pretty good position to do so.
That's great position. Yeah, he's going to have all kinds of chances to save his par. Iowa's version of the 8 holes. Of course, the 8 holes out from Massachusetts at the MVP Open. It's a good crowd here on hole number 5.
Is. And I give these guys the nod at the moment, considering they're sitting out there in direct sunshine. The 8 holes behind hole 8 at least have a little bit of tree coverage.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point, Terry. These Iowa fans are 100% dedicated to seeing what might be a hole-in-one here over the water on this par 3. Yikes, that's a lot of hyzer there for Lazat, but just barely staying in bounds on the left side. Look at his reaction, Terry. We've seen that from Simon before. He knows he got away with that one. It's safe.
Just deep of the basket for Burridge.
I gotta say, through 5 tee shots, I really like Burridge's game. Very smooth, really consistent release.
Got to get past that tree that you were talking about. Normally you'd try and come inside of it, but it looked like he pushed to the right side. And Joel Freeman trying to get the crowd nice and rowdy.
Yeah,
as if they need encouragement.
Exactly.
I love it.
This is their last chance to see what could be a hole-in-one.
That's not an ace run. Oh, and in fact, it's short.
Let's check the spotter.
That is OB. There's a line there.
Yes.
So it doesn't have to find the water to necessarily be out of bounds. Well, you know, we were just talking it up, Nate. If you want to join them, be part of a rowdy crowd, but, you know, polite but yet rowdy, make sure you go out to dgpt.com/tickets. You can watch in person. Disc Golf Pro Tour. We also have a couple of the playoff events upcoming and our championships in October. The World Championships right around the corner. So much live disc golf. So we love having you on the YouTubes or out on Disc Golf Network, but if you want to get out there in person, make sure you go out and find your tickets, dgpt.com/tickets. Kevin Jones putting for birdie on 6. And he just needed it to drop. He knew how close that was. And I want to quickly check in with Brian out on the ground. And Brian, can you confirm in a moment as to whether or not Paul had the CTP? Who's got this gas card?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. One of the weirder CTPs that I've ever seen, I walked up to it, and it was just a yellow feather, right? Similar to the Circle 1, Circle 2 flags. I don't know who knows who got it, but from what it looks like, that looks like where Paul McBeth's drive landed, about 1.5 feet from the basket. So I hope he remembers to come and take it, because that's a nice little guest card right there.
Appreciate it, Brian. And somewhere when we're walking down that lengthy hole number 6, we want to get a little more update about Robert Burridge. I know you did some research. Well, we'll talk about that on the next one. Here's Simon Lizotte first for birdie.
Yeah, and Simon, if this goes in, he's going to keep his lead. But if he doesn't, both Burridge and Smith have a chance to tie him up. Got to make it.
Lizotte doesn't take advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Burridge is in pretty tight here. We did not see where Smith landed, but he did. Okay, so he got around that bush and went up in the woods just a little bit. Burridge will be out. Potential for a 3-way tie here on our lead card.
Just like we saw on the very first hole. Low but in for Burridge. He'll walk away with the birdie.
You can just see the breeze kicking up here for Smith. He's only about 18 to 20 feet away from the basket here. It's a big test for Smith.
And he passes with the birdie.
Yeah, and I think from the kind of embarrassing mistake back on number 2, you know, 3's a tough birdie, 4's a tough birdie, handles those just fine, and then gets the birdie here on 5. So I think a nice comeback after that bogey on 2 for Smith. Lizotte, he'll get his par. Freeman takes the bogey.
Kevin Jones, forehand tee shot on 7, trying to find the wood chips. It's flexing back, and he's on the wood chips looking at a birdie. We'll be right back.
My name's Garrett Gerthy. People may know me as Double G, and I've been making Double G craft jerky since I was 16 years old.
When I have Double G's craft jerky and I pull it out of my bag during a round, the first thing anyone asks is that Double G's craft jerky? And I always bring the big bag because I know I'm gonna have to share it.
I'm a big fan of beef jerky, and I have to say that Double G beef jerky is absolutely my favorite I've ever found.
I'm always looking forward to digging my hand in my next bag of Double G craft jerky.
You can find Double G craft jerky at doublegjerky.com.
Most memorable moment with the DX Rock was, well, it happened right here at Oak Grove. I got my first hole-in-one with a DX Rock with an orange one that was about this color when I first got it. I threw that thing all the time until I got my first ace, and that's what really got me hooked on the DX Rock, was how straight I could make it fly, how well I could control it, and how predictable it was.
Orem setting the course record in day 1 with an 11 under. Now he's sitting at 19 under, trying to follow up the effort we saw in the opening round. Here's Burridge on the tee of 6.
Yeah, number 6. Oh, what a great shot for Burridge. That's fantastic.
Paul McBeth putting for par now on 7. He's in the hazard, meaning he plays it from there with a penalty stroke, so he needs this to save the par, and that's short right out of his hand as he was putting into what looked like a headwind, and there he is second guessing why it didn't lift.
And now Paul has dropped to a tie for 12th place. All that momentum early is just gone.
Just as we were heading to the last break, we saw a 4-way tie at 19 under. Jones for the birdie. And he's put together 4 out of the last 5, just 2 off the lead.
Yeah, and it is a 4-way tie, like you said, Terry, but of course Matt Orem so far up the course, it would be hard to imagine him hanging in there, but still putting on a good show today. Simon playing it nice and safe. Far right of the fairway, that's going to be a tough second shot.
Freeman with the forehand. Challenging that high left side, and that is in great position. We'll likely see another forehand from him to try and access the green. And while we're taking a look and flying over hole number 6, I'm going to throw it out to Brian. And Brian, tell us a little bit more about Robert Burridge and what you learned just before we kicked off this final round.
Well, Robert is one of those kids that's been throwing a flying disc since he came out the womb. Both of his parents are longtime ultimate aficionados who play a little bit of disc golf as well. So Robert's been throwing disc ever since he was young. He also is a double threat athlete. He also played ultimate for an at the University. He played D-line. I mean, that's a championship level team that's, you know, competing at the national championships almost every year. And then this kid's on a lead card playing on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. That's pretty high level stuff right there. This guy is a very talented individual.
Yeah, and certainly thank you so much for that, Brian. And I was thinking, as soon as you watched him throw, you knew he had an ultimate background. You can just see it in every bit of his form. Here's Joel Freeman, like I said, back-to-back sidearms. Coming in on 6. Does he hit the line? The answer is yes. That's going to give him a look for birdie.
And just think, Burridge was another 80 feet ahead of Joel Freeman. As we were in that flyover, both Smith and Lizotte are on the far right side of this fairway. And the challenge from the right side is all about the angle. It's tough to play it low and get it back into the trees by the basket. From here, we've seen most all players go up high and try to crash in a birdie. And that looks long out of bounds for Smith. So probably enough power, just the wrong elevation, keeping it too low. Needed to go much higher, try to crash those trees. And the danger of going high here, Terry, and crashing in is if you're too short and you kick back right, it's very thick. And of course, if you do what Smith just did, you can go long out of bounds. Simon going to keep it low, try to play the skip. It's really hard to get the disc to skip in the thick grass here in Iowa, and Simon will be well back. Advantage Burridge over there on 6. Here's Jones.
That'll be in the middle of circle 2 for Kevin Jones.
And Burridge. It's got to sit. It's got to sit. Okay, he'll have a putt for birdie. Yeah, thinking about Burridge, Terry, not only does he have a great looking throw and clearly a dual threat athlete, but I think the word there is athlete. He looks very athletic. You know, he's got that big frame, you know, not quite as big to my vision as maybe a Gannon Burr, but a nice, big, strong young man. His body can hold up to, you know, playing big, long courses like Pickard Park.
Dejected Simon Lizotte, not able to capitalize. Of course, a very long look at birdie there. And a moment ago, we saw the drive by Jones here on 8. This is his birdie look. And Kevin Jones has the jumper up and running. That's 5 under through the last 6 holes. Kevin Jones moves to 18.
Jones, though we didn't talk about him at all, because he's playing alongside Paul McBeth, he is now the threat from the chase card. I mean, just one stroke back of the 3 guys in this card, and Smith with some troubles here. He needs to make this a long putt to save par.
And we saw how that was online. It looked like it was just about to dump right into the basket. So Smith not able to convert, but certainly a good look at it.
Oh, I was thinking that one was going in, Terry. That was so close. Great effort. We can just barely, you can just barely see Burridge back there. Kind of, he did trickle just into the edge of the bush there, but looks like still a very makeable putt for him. It's not that long of a putt, just kind of an awkward stance here. Just got to pop it in.
Left-handed putt, no problems for Burridge. And Joel Freeman is in for the birdie. I mean, if you were going to write a play-by-play for how to dissect this hole, the forehand by Freeman would certainly be a good way to go about it.
Yeah, and the thing about the forehand on 6 is that it kind of doesn't bring out of bounds into play. Yes, you're left with a longer second shot, but that OB on the left definitely is almost out of play for most sidearm players. And Robert Burridge, the solo leader through 6 holes. He's got a really difficult stretch here, 7 and 8, both difficult holes. 7 with the out of bounds, 8 very long downhill par 3. Let's see how Burridge handles the next couple of holes before we start hitting the back 9. Kyle Klein on a nice round.
I was just thinking, we see him pop up there onto the board. He's currently 8 under through 14 holes. He's in the middle of a 3-hole stretch of birdies. Just picked up that turkey, and now he's on hole number 15. So we'll keep an eye on Kyle Klein. Of course, not necessarily in the running at the end because he's run out of holes to play, but having a really stellar round to close out this tournament.
And how much confidence is built, you know, in this final round heading into Worlds. This is Burridge, big turnover here. He's got to worry about the flex out. No worries at all for Burridge. Fantastic shot.
We'll watch Joel Freeman from up above. Drone cam.
I love the sidearm play here on 7.
I do too if you've got the distance, and Joel does just that, even closer than Burridge on the opposite side of the basket.
Hole number 7 can be so dependent on wind direction. The wind relatively down right now. Typically we see a left to right crosswind here.
Now remember, anything that doesn't land inside of the wood-chipped hexagon is considered a hazard. You play from there with 1 penalty stroke. And this is a shot coming in, no problem for Simon. Now we've got 3 different angles at the basket, left, right, and directly behind it. Let's see if Evan Smith can rise to the occasion.
This moment for Smith is so critical. You know, this is a nervy shot. Got to get it on this island if he wants any chance to win this tournament.
This needs to hook up, and it's going to do just that. And he's answered the question and completed the diamond structure, too. What a shot by, well, really all 4 of our competitors on our VII Diameter Apparel, hole number 7. As we're watching the first one to find the island, this is Robert Burridge. He's your leader. He might be farthest from the pin there. We'll see the putts on the other side of this commercial break.
Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. Ballin' can't beat me up 'cause I'm back in my zone now.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Kevin Jones for his 6th birdie in 7 holes. He's got a pair of turkeys out there.
We got a pair of turkeys in here, Terry. This is some fantastic action.
And Paul McBeth picks up a birdie of his own. However, those 2 bogeys certainly stalling McBeth and his potential run here to try and chase down our leaders. Speaking of which, Robert Burridge in for the birdie.
Yeah, starting what might be a potential star frame here on hole number 7. We talked about how 7 is just, it's really more mentally challenging than anything. And, you know, playing is the 3rd most difficult hole. 2 birdies so far, likely 2 birdies from the other 2 competitors. These guys making hole number 7 look relatively easy.
Yeah, we can guarantee you it is not that easy. At 345 feet uphill, playing close to 400. And a star frame. This is insane what we're seeing here. Robert Burridge out in front at 21 under, Nate?
Yeah, this is fantastic action, as I was saying. And really, at the moment, there's 4 guys that are in it to win it. You know, you look at Oram and Klein. A shot from Burridge. This is fantastic. It's one after the next for Burridge. Terry, he hasn't missed a release point. He hasn't missed the fat part of the fairway. He hasn't missed the areas you're supposed to miss it in. And Burridge just looking great.
Joel knows that's flipping and turning hard right.
Go deep into the trees. No one needs to worry
Not coming back. He's getting the green flag, but there is no birdie look from as deep off to that right-hand side as he's going to find himself.
Hole 8, the 6th most difficult hole, 580 feet downhill.
And this needs to slide just in front of the tree line, and instead it gets slightly caught up.
Yeah, and this is a really fantastic view because you're looking at what the players are looking at, which is not much. You know, the pin is way down there. The fairway and the trees on the right and the road on the left just funnel everything down to this basket. As you said, Terry, you just want to swing it in front of those trees on the right side.
Yeah, just it. I don't know.
That more the safe play from Evan, just kind of laying back, not pushing it against those trees. He'll be well back. At the moment, Burridge is the one pushing the pace. And I was saying, there's really 4 guys in it to win it right now. Jones from our chase card and 3 guys here on the lead card. The Orams and Kleins and Chandler Kramers of the world, they're just too far back, but so critical for the confidence heading into the World Championship. You know, to finish out with a stretch of birdies or birdie 18, finish in the top 10, get great points for the tour, but also just find yourself feeling good.
Kyle Klein's tee shot on 16, not leaving him overly excited.
We'll see when he gets
And Terry, we're just talking about feeling good heading into the World Championships by finishing strong. I just have to bring some of this up. The cash line is 45th place. Players outside the cash right now: Bradley Williams, Garrett Gurthie, Ricky Wysocki. These players are out of the cash line.
That's not building confidence for anybody, that's for sure.
Yeah, and we can always say, yeah, you know, you put it out of your mind. Ricky's not going to care. And yes, Ricky is still one of the favorites for next weekend. But Ricky still came here to do work, and he missed cash. We talked about Paul McBeth missing the cut at Emporia and how that was sort of detrimental to his confidence. Now Ricky Wysocki coming into a tournament and missing cash. There was a ton of questions of whether he should have even played this tournament. He said he was good to go, and now he misses cash. It's just a surprising moment for Ricky Wysocki coming off the big victory last weekend.
And Burridge just trying to stay in his own lane there for a moment. You got to be wondering what's going on in his head right now as he's stepping up and rising to the occasion, hanging with our top competitors, trying to hold off the likes of Simon Lazat.
And there's going to be a watershed moment for Burridge coming up here, you know, and in the next handful of holes, there's going to be some bridge he's going to have to cross, and we'll see how he can handle it.
The approach from Joel Freeman puts him inside the circle.
Look at where Burridge is, Terry. I mean, this is not guaranteed a make, but well inside circle one. It's a chance to take a 2-shot lead.
I can't help but smile. This kid's getting it done. So impressive. Simon Lazat taps in for the par. Joel Freeman will do the same. You were just talking about him having to cross a bridge. Well, he's literally going to be crossing it over, heading into hole number 9 with a 2-stroke lead. Unbelievable what we're seeing. Let's take another look on hole number 7, this turnover flex that fights back just as it's lining up to the pin, puts himself on the wood chips.
7 and 8 are so critical. You see a lot of players missing the island, taking bogeys here on 7. He gets the birdie. And then number 8, I mean, just 21% of the field have taken birdies, and nobody else on his card's going to take a birdie, but yet he's inside circle 1 with this beautiful tee shot, pushing it down the fairway. Clearly he has to hang with even the big dogs, even in his own card. Simon Lazat. Robert Burridge, just 2 pars so far today.
Thanks to our friends over at Paragon for those notable statistics. Kevin Jones finds the green flag over there on hole number 10, the par 5. That was his second shot.
Today on hole 10, where Jones is playing, we've seen 2 eagles today. Tristan Tanner as well as Albert Tam have gone on to 3 hole number 10. Something we really haven't seen throughout this week. It's the basket of 9. The players kind of out of the screen at the top of where the fans are coming out of. They're down at the bottom of a very steep slope coming up the hill, and the average miss here on number 9 is not getting it up the hill with enough turn and finishing out of bounds on the left side of the basket. the fans right now, just about 3 feet outside that out-of-bounds line on the short side of your screen. It's a very gettable hold. It's not that long of a hole, Terry, but from the player's perspective at the bottom of the hill, they don't see anything but the face of this hill and sky. There's nothing to even aim at.
Well, Burridge is tracking toward the pin.
Yeah!
Burridge doesn't need to see a basket. It's just point and shoot for him. Doesn't even matter. He just, wherever the disc goes, he knows there'll be a basket nearby. That's been his game plan today. So impressive.
He just hasn't even missed a release point. I mean, everything has been spot on. This is a good play as well coming up. Flexing back for Joel.
Good. Not a common play. Clearly it worked out, and it's a great shot for Joel. Not a common play that you see here, though.
I would agree.
Lizotte going to the backhand. And just cresting the hill. That's going to come in short off the pin, but right around circle's edge.
Hole 9 playing as the second easiest hole. 290 feet. 63% of the field have gone on to birdie this hole. So definitely a must get for all 4 on the card.
And Evan hitting one of the first available trees.
And potential for an out of bounds. The out of bounds line is not exactly on that walk up.
I'm trying to take another look at it. Wow. So a huge mistake here for Evan. Even if he is inbounds, which we'll learn here in a moment, that's going to be a difficult approach shot because he's likely not going to have any form of a run-up. That's going to have to be either a standstill forehand or a standstill backhand, and he's looking at uphill 240 or 230 feet at least.
Oh, it looks like he is going to be out of bounds.
Brian is out there. Can you give us any clarification? You're probably up near the green, so I'm not sure. Do you know what that was ruled and what they're doing here?
Yeah, you know, I'm up by the green, and if you walk a little bit towards the mouth of the gap, you can see what's going on, but he was way back there, so I actually don't know what the ruling is.
All right, we'll try and confirm with UDisc and see how it was scored. We see him taking the spot right next to the OB line, so I'm going to assume.
Yeah, 100% OB now, Terry. There's just no question that he was out of bounds in my mind because his disc kicked into those woods and he's throwing the shot from the edge. So most likely a bogey there for Smith.
We'll have to get confirmation. UDisc has him currently marked as inbound, so maybe it stopped right there as we see Kevin Jones. That was a long look for an eagle on 10, so he's going to have to just settle for the birdie. Here's Macbeth with a birdie look from circle 2 on 10. Left side chain and it sits down, but Macbeth will walk away with a par.
I love that Kevin Jones stayed aggressive and gave himself the chance for the eagle. That shows to me that Jones is not just hoping to maybe win. He is forcing the hands of the other competitors.
And all too easy for Simon Lizotte. He picks up another birdie.
Because best case scenario for Jones is setting a score that the players behind him know is in the clubhouse playing 18. Potentially putting them in a position to make a mistake coming up the hill on the par 5.
So Smith may have hit the tree and stopped exactly right there or somehow got a secondary kick. It is still listing him at par as getting up and down from there. We'll confirm.
Robert to continue to have a 2-shot lead.
guy looks like he's on cruise control, doing work out there. That's Robert Burridge. We'll be back after a word from these sponsors.
Oh, it died.
He's way out of position. Like,
he's gonna have to force it though.
I don't think he can.
Think it's even possible?
It's in the impossible range.
The way Worlds ended last year, you couldn't have wrote that in a book.
After the initial reaction, I had to like process.
If you don't even think it's a sport, watching this moment has to get you pumped up.
He's going to need the shot of the century.
I could sense something was about to happen.
We are here at Idlewild Disc Golf Course in Burlington, Kentucky for the You Play Community Clinic.
Just being out at the clinics, at the course, really getting to engage with the fans that love disc golf, that are here to watch the pros, seeing how excited some of these people get to be taught, by James Conrad and Paige.
Every kid showed up to our clinic, received a free disc and a mini. Like, these kids want to play tournaments. They want to be the next Paige Pierce, Paul McBeth. The future is so bright for disc golf.
Welcome back. Robert Burridge on the tee of 10. And he knew it right out of his hand. That was going to be a good shot. Exactly what you're trying to do here on the tee of 10.
It's perfect. It's exactly where he wants to be. I don't expect him to get overly aggressive and try for the eagle. It's a relatively easy next shot for him. Here's McBeth up on 11.
Look to carry deep for McBeth. 11 playing as one of the most difficult holes on the course. Joel Freeman with his tee shot here on 10. 10 being our Eric hole. Early recognition is critical. Make sure that you're having regular doctor visits and checkups, and if anything is abnormal, make sure you go and get it looked at right away. Again, early recognition is critical.
It has stayed on the board. Evan Smith just parred hole 9. It's surprising from where his lie was, but look at this.
Oh, and the roll still keeps him in bounds, although a little bit nerve-wracking for a moment. And let's see what they're trying to do here. There's two par 5s on the course. This is the first of them, Nate.
Yes, sir. Hole number 10, par 5. 844 feet, playing as the easiest hole today. 79% have taken birdie or better. That's right, we had 2 eagles on today's round. Tee shot played around those trees to the right here. Second shot usually plays around that tree to the right into the front sloping fairway here. From there, it's a relatively easy sidearm or a backhand if you're on the far left of the fairway into this green. The green is in a pretty easy position as it's a front sloping green where the players can use that slope to slow the disc down and keep it in nice and close. At 79% of the field taking birdie or better, an absolute must birdie if you want to win this tournament. And even though Evan was well out of position, At just 844 feet, not that long of a second shot to put him in good position.
Let's go, baby!
Yeah.
Jacob Hebenheimer from tucked up on the left side. Oh, and he gets it all the way to the pin, but that's the problem. When it comes in with too much angle, it's likely going to pick up and then roll past. And
yeah, and that's not even bad luck. That much speed and that much spin on that side hill, a lot of times we see the roll away. So from here, it's just a position play. And for Freeman, that actually forward roll did him just fine. It's just a position play. Not that long of a shot, Terry. They're only throwing about 280, 300 feet from here, if that. Uh-oh. Oh, he got the green flag. There is an out-of-bounds line there on the left side. Inbounds for Simon. You want to notice something, though, there, Terry? Burridge had the longest tee shot and the easiest second shot.
yeah, and when you're talking about the likes of Joel Freeman and Simon Lizotte on your card, there's something to be said when you have the longest tee shot. And Kevin Jones trying to fight his way out, and then finally it gets a forward progress from the woods on 11.
So that little roll that Lizotte took is going to make his third shot just a little bit more difficult. Yesterday we saw Kale Laviska from the left side able to throw a backhand into this green, control the angle and speed really nicely. Simon might have a little bit of bush issue to worry about. Might have to go to a little flex sidearm, making it just a little bit more difficult. Over here on the right, it's just a hyzer sidearm that you can utilize the slope by the pin to stop the disc.
Well executed there by Evan. Now Kevin Jones with his third. And that looks to be a par recovery coming up for Kevin Jones. Burridge, his third on the par 5. Oh, and it does check up for him ultimately for a moment. I'm sure Burridge was holding his breath, as were we in the booth. Gonna take another look at it, see how much angle it had coming in.
I would say that was the first nervy shot that I saw from Burridge. He did put just a little bit too much hyzer on that and got very lucky to stay at the basket. At the bottom of that hill is OB. Oh, Simon, Bush, not that bad of an issue here. And Simon's so good with these floaty shots.
That one tries to fight through. He'll still have a look for the birdie. And up ahead on 15, this is Matty O for his par. And just barely squeaks it in. And we see that his incredible run has come to a screeching halt. Remember, he was the leader after day number 1. He had that 11 under, setting the course record, only to be bested yesterday afternoon by Paul Macbeth. And speaking of Macbeth, this is his birdie look on 11. I know. That will update in a moment, but Paul Macbeth will move to 17 under. Still well off the pace of Burridge.
Yeah, just way too little, way too late for Macbeth. Those early bogeys, like you said, Terry, that took away all chance for Macbeth run.
But I love that. I think
Looking like a star frame here, which is exactly what should happen, right? I mean, almost 80% of the field have taken birdies. These guys are all just dialed in off the tee. Second shots, third shots, all very good. And we go from the easiest hole to one of the most difficult on hole number 11.
And just before they stepped up for their birdies, Simon also had tapped in. So you said seeing a star frame. I think we're seeing a couple of rising stars in Evan and Burridge. These guys trying to make a name for themselves to accompany what they've already done in the past, but here they are on the largest stage.
I mean, that's Robert Burridge for 6 in a row.
Roll Tide. Roll Tide.
Matty O gets the green flag and a Roll Tide call.
And a couple of bingo check marks there. You've got the sunglass adjustment, you've got a Roll Tide, and you've got a reaction out of Matty O. That's 3 of them on your bingo card when you're watching Matty O disc golf.
I feel like if you're playing commentator bingo, you probably might be near a blackout. I think we've used every word in the book so far, Terry.
Well, Burridge using every trick in the book. He is 8 under through 10 and on pace right now to destroy the course record.
Now, great point there, Terry. He is on a tremendous pace, but right here on 11 is where the rubber meets the road. Remember, the keys to success here is the way you play the back 9. It's really the back 8 because of 10 being the easiest hole in the course. This is when it starts to get tough. All the par 4s are super difficult. All of the par 3s are tricky with out of bounds. And for Burridge, that's not a great tee shot, and I would imagine not really a green light to go at this green on the second shot.
Well, we're going to check in with Earhart in a moment to see what he thinks of it as we're watching Joel Freeman.
And I think if you're Burridge at the moment, it's not necessarily on these par 4s in the back nine about being in the perfect position. It's about not being in a bad position, not being in the woods, not being OB. Those are critical factors to success. Put the pressure on Lazat to make the great shot.
And that's pushing way deeper up the fairway. Such a different line that we see coming out of Evan as opposed to the other competitors going with a higher route, setting himself up nicely. We'll check in with Brian on the other side of this commercial break to assess those lies.
Check out the whole lineup at clashdisc.com.
I mean, it's literally the most popular disc of all time in the history of the sport. At its core, it's one of the most important tools a player has in their bag, a dependable, straight-flying mid-range. But the legacy of the Buzz goes a lot deeper than just that.
Welcome back. We're seeing Kyle Klein's scorecard. Very impressive for him to close out here during this final round of the TrueBank Des Moines Challenge. And taking a look at your hot rounds, 3 of them at 10 under. Some names we haven't talked much about this weekend, but Austin Hannum and Corey Ellis doing some solid work out there, and Chandler Kramer as well. As you see him at 9 under. Adam Hammes currently had moved up 40 spots with his 9 under performance today. So great shooting for a few of these guys during this final round. And I want to quickly talk to Brian. We see kind of a patent pending shot coming from Burridge. Does he have enough power to get to the pin, Brian?
Well, he doesn't have the power, but he has the release. Perfect position for Burridge. A big question mark if he'll go for that putt. This is a super dangerous green. If he's feeling good, I mean, you got to go for it, but ultimately really well controlled from a standstill position for Burridge. Evan needs to get a little bit more power on this. Boy, he's just had some misrelease points. The one back on 9, the misrelease on 2, now that second shot on 11. Just some nervous shots there for Smith.
And Oram was right there to tap in for the birdie on 16.
After the first round, Matty O had his post-round interview where he said he wasn't necessarily worried about winning this tournament. He just wanted to start to get that motor running. In his mind, the Super Bowl of disc golf coming up at the World Championship. Back in 2005, he made the world's final at, I believe he's like 18. Somewhere in there.
Yeah, somewhere in the 16 to 18 range. Certainly a youngster.
And Matty's been playing better as of late, and he could certainly be a factor in Emporia.
And the ultimate in discipline, Joel just having to pitch out to the fairway, having no look to make a hero recovery shot. But we've got Kevin Jones. He's up ahead on 12, and of course he's got a jumper. That's for another birdie. So Kevin Jones pulls into 21 under par.
Yeah, jump putt Jones. You know, we're not seeing, really everything from him, but he is just continuing to make birdies. And so he's going to be a factor as long as he does that.
Thank you.
And I think if you're Jones right now, the problem is you don't know what Kevin Burridge is doing. And that's the hardest thing. It's the most unanticipated thing. You know, you're thinking Lazat's probably going to be doing what Burridge is doing. And so it's got to check those scorebooks or scorecards and look on UDisc or whatever.
There's Chris Clemens on hole number 17. That's a nice, gentle turnover on the 235-footer. Back with Simon and his approach shot. Really, you couldn't pick a better spot to land off the tee here of 11. Here's Lazat.
Played perfectly, really. He checked it into that front side of the hill, and he didn't have a ton of speed on the disc, which was perfect. He'll have a nice birdie look.
Just double checking some scores. Everybody making sure things line up. Stacy Ronsley is in on the action.
Oh, and you know what? Those two looking at those scores, this is exactly what I thought happened. They now have Evan Smith with a bogey on 9.
Back on 9.
And now they've taken the score back off.
All right, well, stay tuned.
So that's what they're working on. They're working on that Evan Smith score. So we'll find out that here in a minute once they confirm everything that happened
I
there.
can go right here, right?
Yeah, but it's...
Oh
so
my
it
God,
would be
another
in my
missed
stance,
tee shot or second
don't-
shot.
I don't know how the
Just put him
wording
in a
of
horrible spot.
the rule. What do you think?
Right?
Yeah.
It's
That's
behind
definitely
right
behind
here.
it.
Is that in his stance?
Right?
Technically, if
'Cause
it's even
behind.
partially in his stance, he should be able to move it because it could be dangerous, especially.
I don't know what the difference is, like in the on the ground or in the air in your stance. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's supposed to be on the ground, but I think part of it could
It is because it's not being really held up there.
Are you
touching the ground?
I think like I would say it's.
So, but like if I mark it, it would be behind.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
So should I mark it and then it would be behind? Then I can move it.
Because if he marks it, it would be even in his backswing and on the ground, which makes me think that it
Like
would
if your disc was a foot forward and right, then for sure, because that piece is touching the ground right there. But I just.
But it doesn't have to be
I can't
his
tell.
plant foot. It can be if he's standing like this with his
No,
bat
I
behind
know,
it.
but it's like next to his.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. His stance doesn't have to be straight back.
No, I don't. I just can't tell.
I think you can move it for sure.
All right,
I'd
cool.
say you can move it.
That's fine. I feel fine about that. It's a little sketchy.
If I mark it, I can move it.
Sharp thing pointing down at
Yeah. So we're all cool if you move it.
A lot of brain power there for a single stick, Terry.
Okay, let me take a look at it.
What they say about sticks and stones here, Nate.
That's right.
I mean, if you put your
Like-
toe behind it.
So like if I'm like here.
Look, if
I'm
you're
like
Evan
on-
Smith, it's critical that you give yourself the best opportunity to get out of the woods. Yesterday, it took Brody Smith 3 shots to get out of the woods on the right side of 11's fairway. Terry, Evan went from perfect to this, and that's just because of the release issues. Also, they do have Smith for a bogey on 9.
That's going to leave him with a putt on the uphill, hole number 11. We're going to jump ahead. No pun intended with Kevin Jones. Here he is on 13.
Yeah, 13, a tricky par 3, but Jones handles it nicely. Edge of circle 1. I think for Burridge, it's got to just be a layup. I think he wasn't in the perfect spot. He had a really nice second shot, but he can't do this too quickly. You got to put it on the proper angle.
And you see that's exactly what he was thinking about there. Just as you called for, Nate, he was putting it on an Anheuser angle, just trying to match the slope so that it couldn't get up, catch edge, and then roll down the hill. So a very heads-up play there by Burridge.
He has passed every test that has been handed to him so far.
Beth on the 13th. Very different angle than we just saw from Kevin Jones. And somehow, after a little plinko, that's parked. Paul McBeth looking to pick up a birdie. And Joel Freeman from way deep. Working hard for the par on 11.
Putt of the day so far from Joel. Phenomenal. I mean, what he's looking at is just death. Look at, there's nothing behind the basket. And he puts it up there. Oh, it's so easy to miss that putt on the low left side, and he nails it on the high right. Fantastic. Nice putt there from Smith. Good par save. Just dropped down into a tie for 6th place now.
Simon Lizotte cutting his deficit in half. He'll move to 23 under par. Burge is in. They're moving over to hole number 12, but don't move anywhere because you got all the action you need right here on the Disc Golf Network.
Power Grip, Europe's #1 disc golf shop, is now available in the United States. Our selection is constantly growing as we build on strong relationships throughout the disc golf industry. It doesn't matter the question you have, where you're from, or your skill level. Power Grip is here to help. Shop us online at powergripusa.com.
I have never seen another group of people talk about their thing the way that disc golfers talk about our thing. And it feels like you're a part of it. It feels like no matter how big the sport gets, you being a part of it, you feel like you have an investment in it, and it's yours.
The Millennium Scorpius is a 12-speed overstable distance driver. It's one of the best ultra-long distance drivers in the game today. Go grab one today at golfdisc.com.
Welcome back. We're on the tee of 12. Simon Lizotte going with the forehand. And that's tracking to the left side. I'm not sure that made the Mando. He's getting the green flag.
That was the question he just asked, and his group said yes. So made the mandatory and in bounds. There's out of bounds at the bottom of the hill. There's a creek down there, and there's a sneaky out of bounds on the right side of the basket. For Burridge, there's a rock wall about 35, 40 feet in front of the basket. You need to jam it just beyond that rock wall.
Landing just a couple of feet farther up the fairway, I think would have gotten more of a skip for him, but he still has the look at birdie.
Oh, 100%.
Great line.
Yeah, he's in good position.
Could have used a little more skip.
Yeah.
If we're getting nitpicky here 100%. On his perfect shots.
Well, 100%, because that rock wall, you want to land on just the backside of it, and it checks up to the pin like we saw from Freeman.
We saw the drive by Jones. Here's his birdie attempt.
Oh. Burridge is just putting Jones in a position to he cannot miss. You know, Jones has to put the pressure on. Because you would have to think that Kevin would need to be at least one stroke ahead of them as they play the 18th hole. The conditions are just too perfect. Terry, there's no wind or light winds. It's perfect temperature. So Jones is going to have to really put the pressure on.
Macbeth does complete the birdie, as you just saw. Now we're with Oram. 18, the standstill forehand.
Where's the bingo? Nothing.
And they're making their way down to the green. Brian, assess what we're looking at for some of the drives down there on the green of 12, and also tell us about the weather conditions.
First off, the weather looks fantastic. This is a beautiful day to play disc golf. Light breeze, low to mid 70s. As in regards to the lies right now, I think Simon has a really tough spot. He's inbounds, but he really has to navigate quite a few bushes to get to the basket. The rest of the players, decent shots. I mean, Joel just snuck past, hit the outside of the rock wall. He's going to be inside circle 1. The other 2 players have just outside circle 1 for their birdie.
Okay.
Oh, it's up there.
And I want to follow that up quickly with you, Brian. There was a question of whether or not that Simon had made the Mando. His card said he did, but did it look that close to you as well? Did you have a good eye on it when it was coming in?
It was extremely close, but I'm pretty sure he did make it but really just by a hair.
Is anyone standing here and could see where it's at?
The spotter is right here. Do you think it made the Mando?
I sure thought it did. But
From the tee, it looked like it made it, but it was hard to see.
You can see the mandatory sign on the bottom of the tree on the left side of the fairway. And he goes high. Ooh, Terry, that's a close one, because from that point he went into the woods, and that's a tough call. Brian, what's the situation on the ground down there? A lot of conversation going on.
Yeah, they're still discussing whether or not he made the Mando, so I'm actually going to go listen in on Jeff Spring right now.
even if like you pass it, just the Mando, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that that's what they changed it to.
This is a different conversation that I realized we were having.
Yeah. So this is the Mando line.
And his disc is.
We don't know. We're gonna take a peek.
This is right here.
I think he's sort of riding it, based on what I can see here.
Okay, wow.
If you're standing on top of it, it looks like it's going to your right.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
I'm gonna go up and take a look.
Let me look at the arrow.
Yeah.
Honestly, to me, it looks like he's not.
What do you got for us, Brian? What are they talking about?
I'm trying to give the best rendition.
They are trying to figure out
Not looking
if
at you.
it's that new rule with the mandatory. So they say that
Really
he made
close.
the mandatory, but now
When I
he's
look up, it's-
landed behind the
Can you
mandatory.
point straight down at his disc?
So they're still discussing. It's kind of confusing, honestly.
So it looks
Still
like
trying to
it's
figure
right
out what
shoulder.
exactly happened.
I'm going on the front of his lie.
The front? Okay.
Any thoughts? Looking at the orange arrow.
So the big question here is, he clearly made the mandatory to the group. But once he got past that mandatory, a tree kick or branch kick, whatever it was, kicked him backwards,
If I kicked
potentially
him
into
in front
the
of the Mando, I would
mandatory area.
from
So
there.
Terry, what is the clarification here on this mandatory
You
rule?
made the Mando and then cross back behind the new rule,
I'm
the
right
restricted
over
area.
now.
I think
You guys, I can't see the arrow. So.
It depends on whether we're going by
Where
it's first starting to be painted.
We
or
gotta
where the
make
arrow's
a
going,
call.
because it's a
It
curved
looks
line.
to me like it's in the restricted area. That's just what it looks like in my eyes. What do you guys think?
I agree.
Okay.
So that means missed Mando. Okay.
Well, you made the Mando and then you crossed backwards.
Terry, clarify this for us.
Well, as I'm reading 804.01 of mandatory routes, it talks about if a thrown disc is released on the other side of the restricted space compared to the rear edge of the marker disc, the player has missed the mandatory. The next lie and penalty are the same as 804.0 1C, where it talks about it entering the restricted space, which is exactly what Joel just mentioned.
To my knowledge, this is the first time we've seen this rule come into play on. Yeah, see, and that's, I don't blame Simon here. It's an odd rule that is a little bit confusing. And this is the first time I've seen this come into play on any of our video covered cards. I'm sure it's come into play before, but frustrating moment here for Lizotte, because a missed mandatory is essentially going to mean that he's going to have to go to a drop zone, and he'll be throwing 3 from that point.
It says, if part of a thrown disc clearly enters into a restricted space, the player receives 1 penalty throw. And it talks about if they go to the drop zone or whatever the case is from there, but that's exactly what they're stating here.
But that is meaning a truly missed mandatory, which he made the mandatory. So then I think there's a follow-up rule to that if the disc lands.
It's just saying, if part of a thrown disc clearly enters into a restricted space. It does not matter when or where or how it got there. If it just enters the space at any point, that is what's considered missing the mandatory.
Okay. So we're going to look at this one more time from Lizotte. It wasn't a great shot. And ultimately, he was deemed to have landed in the restricted area, and a penalty stroke was handed out to Lizotte. And so now a big advantage for Burridge, who can make his birdie look. I mean, Burridge is just a couple of steps inside of Smith here. And it's an odd moment for Burridge, too, because that was about 5 to 6 minutes of basically nothing. A lot of back and forth. He's going to have to recenter himself, just like Smith here. This is a chance for Burridge to take a 3-shot lead at assuming Lizotte is going to tap in his bogey.
Oh, and the hesitation, but it pays off. Burridge in for the birdie.
This is so crazy, Terry. This is a crazy moment. A crazy, crazy moment for Robert Burridge, who handles it yet again with a smile on his face. Young man looks good out there.
This will certainly change the tone of the card, as Simon Lizotte will walk away with the bogey. Taking another look as he's going to jam that one in. He's trying to bring this thing home on Championship Sunday. We'll be right back.
Most people just see a disc. At Discraft, we see over 40 years of innovation, driven by passion, consistency that inspires talent, built on a foundation, designed for success. Over 4 decades of experience behind your first throw.
Hello, my name is Keith Welling. I am the CEO of TrueBank. We have 8 convenient locations in central Iowa for your service, with our main headquarters here in Indianola.
We have a wonderful staff here to serve you with any financial need. We have a dedication to customer service that we are very proud of.
It is important to help our communities thrive. TrueBank is proud to donate year after year to local organizations and events.
Hey, I'm Johannes.
Hey, I'm Jonathan.
And today we're going to talk about how to aim. You have some problems with the distance, the timing, and pretty much everything. This is kind of the ground or the beginning of the throw.
There you go.
So we're going to throw some forehands.
Oh yeah.
Then you just stroke the board and then you push it in the basket.
You should never, ever throw your max on a golf course.
What?
Welcome back. We're here with Kevin Jones throwing his second shot on 14. And that goes
Right. I had a little attitude in that.
way deep for Jones. He's going to pull back on the grenade, it looks like.
Yeah.
Here's Burridge, one of the holes that gives so many of our competitors troubles here for being a par 3, and that's in a perfectly fine spot to get up and down and take a par.
Exactly. That's the critical statement there, Terry, is he's not in a weird spot to where he has to throw a tricky second, because the trouble here on 13 is about 15, 20 feet right of the basket, where there's an out-of-bounds line. And where Joel just hit short, you can see his disc in the tree there, he now has to throw a second shot that brings that out-of-bounds into play. 13 playing as the 9th most difficult hole. 333 feet. Round number 1, Simon Lizotte had just a scorching opening round, and this was the only hole he bogeyed. He did not go this way, though. Terry's lining up with Spike Heiser. This brings O.B. Wright into play.
We have not seen anyone take this route, and of course Simon's going to be the person to do so. And Brian, you seem safe. We're going to check in with you in a moment. Oh, we see you. You're right near it. Okay.
It almost hit him.
We'll be with you in a moment. Let's take a look at Kevin Jones first. And this is what we were just saying, looks to be deep on 14, and they were looking for it for quite some time, I've been told. It's been found within the 3 minutes, and now they're just trying to establish his lie. So it feels as if we've taken all possible rule scenarios and then just brought them into round 3 exclusively this weekend. And now Kevin Jones with a turbo putt.
Upside down turbo.
Gonna
Yeah. Okay. Looks like it, yeah.
asking if he's outside of 1 meter. I was going to say all we need is a foot fault call now, and we'll definitely hit the rules bingo card. And Jones with the turbo doesn't convert, so he's looking at a par. Now back with Joel. He's got a forehand approach.
Oh, go.
And that is a solid pitch up to the pin. And Matty O trying to close out his tournament. He's got a long birdie look here on 18. And the high kick doesn't bring it in. He'll finish with a par. I'm going to roll the Zuka role play. Just trying to get, look at the extension. I've seen some Jennifer Allen gymnastics out on the course, but that nowhere near what Matty O's got. Impressive. All right, now back to our lead guard. Evan scaring the basket.
I think this should just be a layup, and it is. Smart play by the leader of the tournament. anything off that basket kicking to the right goes OB. There's out of bounds just about 20 feet to the right of the basket. And if you're Burridge right now, you know, you've played 12 holes, you're on the 13th hole, you just have to avoid the big mistake. You have to avoid being in the woods. You have to avoid an out of bounds. And this tournament could be yours. Put the pressure back on Lizotte. I mean, just even Simon going to that Spike Heiser. This was the mistake that you would assume to happen because you don't want to go OB right. So it's a weird play for Simon and a long birdie look putting back at the out of bounds.
Oh my God, that was so good. What?
Well, there's Simon's assessment, but I'm going to throw it out to Brian for a moment. Brian, out of 10, how much would you recommend that Heiser route for most normal players?
I would probably give a 9 out of 10 recommendation for fun factor, 0 out of 10 recommendation if you don't like looking for your discs in the woods. That was insanely high. And the only way that I could tell where it was going is by the sound of it crashing in like an airplane. I almost lost my life there, Terry.
Well, we're glad you're safe, Brian, and you had the same response as Nate here was motioning to me, a 0 out of 10 recommend if you're going for the safety factor. Here's Freeman. And pars around on 13. Everybody escapes this very difficult par 3. Watching the Drew Gibson kick comparing to what we're going to see here out of Matty O. Oh, okay. I'm going to give that one. I don't know. Who are we recommending on that one, Nate?
For the fun factor, Drew.
Okay. How about for the safety factor that we were just talking about?
Matty O.
All right. Yes. I'm going to give this one. He's going to be trying out for the Rockettes.
Wow. It's just proof that the human body can do anything for a half a second, Terry. I think you could do that for less than a millisecond.
Well, you're not going to see any of that from me in the booth, but what we are seeing is almost perfect play out of Robert Burridge.
Yes.
So incredible what he's been doing here today. Right now, that 3-stroke advantage over Simon Lizotte. And Simon brings plenty of theatrics and excitement to the round, to the course, to the tournament. But right now, slow and steady seems to be what's doing it for Robert Burridge.
Yeah, I mean, slow and steady is really even an understatement. I mean, he's been blistering the course. I mean, this guy's 9 under par. He's played 13 holes. Like I said, I mean, at this point, if he finishes 10 down at 26, it would take a monumental effort from Simon Lizotte to win this tournament. I think if you're Robert Burridge, you have to avoid, again, being in the woods on any of these par 4s. And avoid out of bounds. The really tricky hole is 16 because OB is so close to the basket. But the next 2 par 4s, if Burridge can put it in the fairway and avoid being in the woods, birdies are likely, but at worst he's going to par. Again, put the pressure back on Simon. It was a nervy, weird shot that Simon just threw back on 13.
Well, I was thinking he was looking to maybe generate his own momentum. You know, you go with the showman shot, you get the birdie, and then it feels like that's a great momentum shift in his favor. And unfortunately, it didn't pan out in that way for him. But Burridge, no problems finding the fairway here. Now it looks like we're with Kevin Jones. Jones, who's 7 under today. Teeing off here on 15. Freeman, tee shot 14. Joel sitting at 20 under. He's 5 back of our leader.
just fine. The tee shot here on 14, all about placement. You're really just trying to put it in the landing zone. Here's the view from above. And you see the landing zone just a little bit forward of that, off in that kind of brown patch of earth. That puts you in a really good position to throw your second shot over the creek. Simon just needs a smooth shot here. That's got to swing. That's wide. Yes, and it swings back nicely. There's that light brown patch we were talking about. So Lizotte in very, very good position here off the tee of 14. Let's take a look at it from the drone. Hole number 14 playing it as a 10th most difficult hole, 720 feet. Like I said, really a position play here. You can't get too aggressive because if you try to get too much distance off the tee, you potentially bring in bad footing and it tightens up in the middle part of the fairway. And you just want to avoid being too far left because that really breaks up the angle. This is right where Simon just landed, and look what he's looking at, Terry. A perfectly straight shot over the creek, and then it swings back up to the basket that is, you know, this is all low right here, and then it comes back up to this basket. And it's a fun par 4. I like that they force people to put it in a landing zone, and the landing zone is very fair to hit. I think one of the more fair par 4s here on the Pickard Park course. That's hole number 14. A critical hole. 14 and 15 are back-to-back par 4s. 14 playing as the 10th most difficult, 15 playing as the 8th most difficult. Can Simon birdie and put pressure on Burridge?
I'm just, as you were breaking down the scores and thinking about what needs to happen, I go back to the press conference where Ricky Wysocki had projected, he didn't know what the weather was going to bring, but had projected, he said, I think the winner's going to shoot 30 to 32 under. Burridge sitting at 25. And that's circle's edge.
That was impressive from a standstill position. And Brian Earhart telling us earlier that Evan's gone back and forth between backhand and sidearm.
This what?
Brian, seems like Burridge a little right of ideal. What's the angle here for Burridge, the leader?
You know, I was looking at his lie as well. He has a forehand, and actually it's going to be to his favor playing ultimate, understanding the forehand with the more understable stuff. It's going to be a little bit of a flippier sidearm if he wants it, or a low ceiling backhand turnover with something neutral. Not a bad position, actually.
Remember, Robert Burridge has been in positions with a lot of stress in the past. We're going to take a look at Jones' second shot on 15. Burridge, the 2021 AM Nationals champion. A lot of pressure in that event, performed well, taking down that victory.
Also, I believe your collegiate champion from the singles matchups earlier this year.
And check it out, Terry. He didn't even go with the less stable sidearm. He just powered the overstable shot and inside circle one. Pressure back on Simon.
Serviceable approach shot there for Simon Lizotte.
And really, again, if you're Simon Lizotte, just don't
Deutsch?
lose
Sorry.
shots here on 14 and 15. And, you know, 16 is, here's Jones for birdie.
Jones is going to remain at 21 under with just 16 through 18 to play.
And that was just an ugly looking putt from Kevin. He shorthanded that. Just recoiled almost immediately.
And we're almost getting to a territory where you're thinking, man, will Robert Burridge know that he could just use pars and somebody else is going to have to birdie just to catch him? And obviously Simon Lizotte being the best contender for that, but Robert Burridge with a 3-stroke lead.
I mean, I'm close to that point with Burridge. Like I said, if you're Simon, you just don't want to lose shots here on 14 and 15. 16 has so much out of bounds. Of course, that OB would be in play for Simon as well, but what's the decision Burridge chooses on 16?
Oh, dang it. He never got it up in the air.
Low for Joel.
Moment of reflection and, well, some more gymnastics, just what we were calling for. Evan, solid putt.
I like that Evan has had some adversity here and he's hanging in. He's still inside the top 10. Every putt from here on out is a must-make for Lizotte. Can't give any away, especially the easy ones.
No problems for Simon. So he's going to pick up the birdie here on 14. That's going to push him to 23 under. Your leader, Robert Burridge, to go to 26 under and maintain a 3-stroke lead. And if Robert Burridge wins, he'll be the fastest player from first cash to first Elite Series win ever. Just 294 days. The record held by Ricky Wysocki is 441 days. So trimming 150 days or so off of that. So incredible to see Robert Burridge about to break some records here, Nate.
Yes, and the key for Burridge, do not change a thing.
Everyone, if you could turn your phone, your data off, or on airplane mode, please. Thank you very much.
We're literally talking about carry the bag on the same arm. I mean, I'm talking about doing everything the same from here on out. It's just 4 holes to what he's dreamt of, which is being a champion on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. A very easy tee shot here for Burridge on 15. Just an uphill hyzer.
Cannot miss it, too short and to the left, and looks like it's drifted off in that direction. Brian, assess, what does that look like for him?
Birdie does not look good from there. I mean, he could throw one of those massive straddle sidearms he throws in Ultimate, but par is looking pretty likely.
All right, and that will be a big moment. We'll talk about that in a second, Nate, about the decision he'll make. Will he be disciplined, and will he just be able to settle for the par, or is he going to try the hero shot? That may all come as a result of what Simon Lizotte does with his tee shot. Is Simon going to be in position himself for the birdie?
Simon's got to avoid. Oh, what a tremendous skip from Simon. He was going right at the out of bounds and skips forward and drifts a little left.
And Joel making sure he was tapping in for his par with a little creativity. Here he is on the tee of 15. Nate, what are you seeing here with Robert's run-up?
Well, he's really kind of done everything the same, but this was just a little short. You could see it just came out a little bit early, and because it's uphill, the gravity's just drawing it down to the left, and that's sort of the design of hole number 15 here. He also hit a little bit of the foliage there in the trees, which slowed it down even more. And so it's, you know, it's a nervy shot. It's one of those easier throws, but just a nervy shot there from Burridge. If we break it down, of course, we're kind of in a match play scenario here between these two fellas. Burridge, wherever his lie is, most likely should be a layup. On the other hand, for Lizotte, Simon is in great position. He is a little bit on the right side of the fairway, which brings it's a little bit more of a difficult shot, but because Simon got so far up there, should be able to throw a slower disc into this green. We see Joel well back here. Danger town for Joel too, because if there's out of bounds on the right side of this fairway, and Joel just is kind of in one of those positions where it's basically blind to him. He can't see too much of the fairway from here.
Doesn't like it. That's going to be pushing hard to the left side and short, so that will be well out of position for birdie.
But the proper miss, you know, for Joel. Step number one, what's the lie? Okay, it's in the bushes. So now for Burridge, he just needs to pick a spot, Terry. This is just a layup. Pick a spot to where you can throw a short disc, whether a putter or mid-range, into this green.
I'm thinking this will go under 150 feet.
Exactly.
This is all about the placement. He is not worried about how much distance he gains. It's just the placement.
Uh-oh. Oh, he got it out, and he kept it in the fairway. Nice shot. That's a good shot from there. He's actually not too far ahead of, or not too far away from where Simon is at this point.
Ground. Brian is telling us there's a tough head right to left wind that is coming in for these players. And he's going to be in a similar, almost identical position to where we'll find Joel Freeman. The tee of 17, we've got Andrew Presnell.
Yeah, quietly, Presnell is inside the top 5. He's currently tied for 4th place.
And from there, he would go on to make birdie on 17.
Good point-getting day for Andrew Presnell. Oh, so check this out. Burridge behind where Simon was off his tee shot. The challenge with the headwind that we just heard about from Brian is that the players tend to go to a more overstable disc, which brings the left side into play more. But a slower disc here for Burridge.
Short and left, catches the tree, and I think we're going to see Robert Burridge's first over par stroke of the round. He's going to have a long look to save the par, but that's a tall task at this point.
Yeah, still outside circle 2 for Burridge, so a chance for a 2-shot swing and make it a 1-stroke match. Oh, this looks buttery, Terry. On the other side, what a shot from Lazat. Simon just loves those shots, playing that little flex, so much additional spin that Lazat is able to put on these slower flying discs, and that is just as pro as it gets, Terry. Look at the speed control. Still got to make a putt.
He's likely picking up at least 1 stroke, though. It could be 2. We jump ahead. This is Kevin Jones, a long birdie look. Does he have another jumper in him? Oh, and it catches Shane.
Oh, my God.
Kevin Jones, one of your performers over there at Wongstock last night.
Yeah, and I'm sure he did a great job. Just an upshot here from Burridge.
So he'll be looking at a bogey 5. Meanwhile, Simon Lazat is lining up for a birdie 3. But first we're going to have Joel Freeman from a similar position. Coming into this hole, Freeman and Smith all knotted up at 20 under. Firm bid, but not quite enough for Evan. He will likely remain at 20. We see Joel Freeman at 20 and also Mason Ford currently at 20 under. They are in a tie for 4th. Side corner pocket, Simon Lazat picks up the birdie and will likely pick up 2 strokes on our leader, Robert Burridge. Nate, of all the holes on this course, as we're trying to close out, 15 isn't one I would have expected to see this type of mistake from Robert. You think about the danger on 16. You think about trouble everywhere on 14. Hole 15 is not as difficult as Robert Burridge just made it look, and that's all from getting out of position off the drive and not getting up and down from his 3rd shot.
Yeah, and it is kind of the epitome of the par 4s here on the back 9 at Pickard Park.
A couple of par 3s to go. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We're on the tee of 16. Simon Lizotte now just within 1 stroke of Robert Burridge.
20 feet left is perfect for Lizotte.
And Lizotte on the dance floor looking to pick up another birdie here on 16.
Yeah, he played that upper side, which brings in a lot of question marks because you roll out of that area and you can roll very quickly out of bounds. Hole 16 completely surrounded by OB. Joel just pinned this hole. Excuse me.
Evan Smith here.
Yeah. Jeez, my bad. Now we have Joel. Well, and I guess I was right, Terry. Joel did pin this one.
He certainly did, using the pyramid as the backstop. Freeman next to the basket.
Huge shot for Burridge. Anything in bounds is a victory for this young man.
The skip, does he get a roll as well? He does, and it checks up short of the out of bounds. We have 4 players all looking at birdies.
And the pressure is now switched back on to Simon Lizotte as Burridge is basically parked.
Kevin Jones. He's sitting at 21 under. He's currently in 3rd as he's walking up to the tee there of hole number 18.
All Jones really needs to do is birdie on 18 and even par, depending on what Freeman and Smith do, but a chance for a podium finish for Jones.
Huge putt for Simon Lizotte. This is for birdie and to move to 25 under.
Yeah, Simon.
And Simon knew it halfway there. The fist pump. Not letting Burridge get away from him. They're going to match birdies here on 16.
Wow. The good fortune of Lizotte to not roll out of that upper area, and then the tee shot from Burridge. Just impressive.
And yes, that's a birdie for Robert Burridge. He moves 1 ahead again of Simon Lizotte. Just jockeying back and forth. Burridge is at 26. Lizotte, 25. Evan Smith is in.
Very rarely do we see star frames here on 16 because that whole green is surrounded by OB. Great play from the lead card.
Just 2 holes left to play. Robert Burridge with a 1-stroke advantage. Obviously just the 2-man race that it is. And we're just going to throw it out there now, folks. If there is a playoff, they go to hole 1. Then it would carry on to 2, 3, 4, 5, and 18. Those are the playoff holes. If they continue to push, of course, it's in a sudden death format. But it starts on 1, through 5 and then moves to 18. And if it's still not done, well, they'll restart it on 1 again.
Oh, Jones hitting way short. Birdie out of play now.
This is Paul Ulibarri, 4 birdie from circle 2 to close out the tournament.
Yeah, boy!
And he knew it.
Let's go, Uli!
Solid performance here for Uli, sitting in a tie for 16th.
Yep, and that's most likely where he'll finish out. Tie for 16th for Paul Ulibarri. Much needed points for Uli, who's trying to just make it into the playoffs at this point. Of course, he has an opportunity to get points at the World Championship. So good performance there, and he'll be playing in the playoffs. Lizotte, chance to put pressure on Burridge. We've said it, and I'm going to say it again. 17, hit the gap, get the birdie. It's not long. Just got to hit this gap.
And Simon knew it out of his hand. A picture-perfect drive. Lizotte underneath the basket. A birdie dunk coming as he'll move to 26 under.
And while 17 is hit the gap, get the birdie, if you do not hit this gap and you go left or right, bogey can come in very quickly. Lizotte, what a shot.
Yeah.
Same for Smith. I got the name right that time, Terry. Park job for Smith.
We'll see if they can keep the birdie train rolling. The star frame on 16. Joel now stepping up. And this stays clean until the very end, and still a short, makeable putt for Freeman.
Yeah, and with Jones back there struggling to make par on 18, Freeman and Smith are going to be battling for third. This is now the biggest shot of Burridge's career.
And he pulls it right.
But fortunate kick. Terry, he stayed right in the middle, and 99 times out of 100, you're getting up and down for par from that position.
We're going to watch Simons again, and I have to quickly ask Brian, just how far away is Burridge? What does that look like for the distance? It's only a 235-foot hole.
Yeah, I'd say he's about 100 feet away from the basket. Sorry, I'm giving some fist bumps out to Casey White here. He's about 100 feet away from the basket, and everyone is just so stoked right now. I mean, the crowd is absolutely hysterical right now. This is just fantastic disc golf.
Well, I think we're going to see a tie ball game here at the end of this hole. Burridge says, yeah, hold that for a moment there, Terry. He almost throws it in. Instead, he's going to be left just deep of the pin. Likely the comeback putt for par. And Nate, we're going to see this all knotted up heading into the 54th hole of competition at the TrueBank Des Moines Challenge.
This is what you live for as a professional disc golfer, is to be in the battle. Simon Lizotte, all of the momentum is in his favor. He birdied 14, 15, 16, and 17. But we've seen that Burridge has the big arm, and he can keep up with Simon heading up the par 5 18th is Freeman for his birdie. And again, Smith and Freeman will be battling for that podium position heading up the 18th fairway.
Confident straddle putt from short range, no problem. And just as we said, that means we'll be all tied up heading into the final hole. Simon Lizotte trying to hunt down his third win of the 2022 season here on the Elite Series. A little parody from what we saw earlier today on the FPO side. Kristen Tatar getting her third win in the Disc Golf Pro Tour Elite Series. in the 2022 campaign. So we'll see if Simon can match that, or will Robert Burridge have the biggest win of his career. My heart is racing here, Nate. Break down hole 18 for us.
Well, we just have a simple 1,080 feet left to the final basket. The tee shot, one of the easier ones on the course. You come up the hill. Ideally, you'd land this tree that's kind of center left of your screen, right there. Anywhere near that is just fine. The second shot, again, another placement shot. If you can go right, play the low right side, but the trees come in on the right there that bump out. But this is your landing zone. You got to avoid that bush at the bottom of your screen. From there, you can throw a backhand or a sidearm. OB line, very tight along this left side, just about 25 feet from the 18th basket. We're looking at it live here from above. And 18, one of my favorite finishing holes in disc golf. And if we look at it yesterday, Terry, Robert Burridge took a double bogey on 18. Simon Lizotte birdied it. So the memories are in the favor of Simon Lizotte.
Anytime you see that flat spot near that tee pad, you know you've put yourself in a great position.
It is a good position, but at the second shot, there is a little bit of question on your second shot, because the further you are up to the left on 18's fairway, the OB line runs the entire left side of the fairway. I actually like shots a little bit lower on the hill to the right. It forces the player to throw the hyzer shot on the second shot, but it keeps him away from that left side out of bounds. And one thing that I did not say in the whole breakdown is that eagle is really not in play here this hole. Way too long, way too far uphill. So it's just a battle of the birdies. Who can put themselves in position, and then who can make the third shot into the green, which has been proven to be so difficult. Oh, I really like that one, Terry.
Well, we're going to see how that compares. We always talk about the last hole or two becoming a little bit of a match play scenario. You're no longer worried about anyone else on the course, just how you're going up against your competitor, in this case when you're all tied up. And we'll see who has to go first, because that could really force the hand, or we could see if someone makes a mistake and you can react accordingly. Positioning for these next couple of shots is also crucial for that reason.
What a tremendous moment between those two guys. That fist pump on 18. Oh, just love it, Terry.
And up ahead on the green, Kevin Jones looking to complete his tournament. This is for a par on 18. And had a great run there in the early goings of this round. Unfortunately stalled out, but Kevin Jones will likely finish in the top 5.
Yep, he's currently tied up with Emerson Keith in that tied for 5th position. Yeah, I want to throw it out to Brian. I mean, Brian, are these two shots here, who do you like better from the fairway position?
They're both in just phenomenal spots. I mean, Simon going a little bit more left. He can pretty much throw the same shot he threw off the tee again, which is really good, but Robert threw his extremely well. I think they're both very evenly matched on this second shot.
Awesome. Yeah, we're seeing the location of Lizotte's shot, and I'm looking at him looking at two different options. We'll see which one he decides.
Smith pushing off to that right side.
Lizotte Going hyzer here, Terry, brings in the bushes that pop out on the right side. Simon has to really control the distance, and it looks like he's actually going to go to the sky on this one. Taking those bushes completely out of play at this point. Oh, yes. Great shot from Simon. That's position A. You can see Burridge has a little bit of a better angle here. He can basically throw it at the corner of the trees up there and just let it swing back in front of him. And he's going to go to the sky as well, a little wide. Oh, he clips the top, Terry, and gets through. Okay, it's shot for shot on 18. The third shot. Oh, this is fantastic. Similar battle going on between Freeman and Smith. Advantage Smith.
Yeah, both of them sitting at 22 under as they came into the final hole. That is clear of Kevin Jones and the rest of the field.
So he takes it to the high sky as well, and that's the corner of the trees I'm talking about. Terry, he clipped the absolute top of it. Now, I think with Burridge being a little bit behind Lazat, this shot from Burridge can really push the pressure back onto the shoulders of Simon.
I think it's straightened it out too much. It's a little tag.
I mean, your shot.
Yeah, mine tagged it. And
you hit that?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No, but it kept coming. It like didn't affect the flight at all.
Okay.
It was really high. Because I almost been in there twice and I'd rather not.
Just a casual conversation.
Yeah, no big deal. Just hanging out, trying to take down your first pro tour against one of the greatest showmen to ever play the game. And Nate, were you that cool? Were you talking to Steve Rico? How were you keeping it collected as you were trying to walk down the fairway?
Yeah, in the 2005 World Championship, I had Dave Felberg, Steve Rico, and Harold Hampton playing security. I mean, they were keeping people away from me because the crowds were so packed into the fairways. So, you know, I had a group of people keeping pretty much everybody away from me, so I guess I was
you could stay
relatively
within your own.
cool.
Yeah, stay within your own.
Internally, I was a total joke. I was just falling apart. All right, so perfect view from the drone. You can see what they're going to both deal with. The miss is to the right. You can't miss to the left because that brings in out of bounds. If you're going to miss, it's got to be to the right. Both backhand and sidearm are very valid here. It just depends on what you're most confident with. And I would almost argue there's not a better side. The backhand has advantages and the sidearm has advantages. Here is Smith out of the edge of the bush. Boy, this is about the fourth patent pending shot we've had to see him throw today.
Good control, but that's leaking to the left side, bringing the crowd and the bleachers and the OB all into play, and he is out of bounds. And, well, that's what first place will be awarded. And you see who would love to get their name put on that check. $11,000. We talked about it earlier today as well. The largest added cash that we've seen for a 3-day Disc Golf Pro Tour event in history. The effort by the greater Des Moines area, all of the local disc golfers, the Disc Golf Pro Tour, Ty Tanat and the crew he put together. Nothing short of amazing. Thank you guys so much for this record-breaking event. Burridge.
It's the tree. Oh, Terry. That tree is a disaster because that tree is only about 10 feet from the out of bounds, and any kick left would have been OB. But Burridge, beyond the pin, very makeable putt. What does Lizotte do?
And Lizotte is the first. Let's give him knuckles there. These guys loving every moment of it. And I'm already starting to think ahead that if we see a playoff, what does it look like? I see matchups on 1 and 2 kind of being even, but then I think this could come down to the tunnel shot on 3. But first, Simon's going to get up and down, and Burridge still has a testy putt to make.
And I'm not too sure what Joel's angry about. That was a great shot. That's the perfect place to miss it. And with his closest competitor, OB, Joel Freeman just needs to get up and in for that, and he'll be just fine. He'll take the third place spot. Okay, Lizotte to the backhand. Cannot leave it left. That's the common mistake, overturning it. That's the common mistake and the good mistake from Lizotte. He did not bring that out of bounds into play. He's on the edge of the woods, a very makeable putt. In fact, it's possible that he's actually inside of Burridge there.
I think back to the approach shot that Simon Lizotte had to throw after waiting. He started the round on Friday. It didn't conclude, and he had to come back out on Saturday morning to finish it up, and he just had 2 throws to make, one being from a very similar position, and he got up and down, and he carded the birdie en route to his 10 under, which was just 1 off the course record at the time. And the gallery giving the warm applause as all of our competitors are moving into the 18th green.
So a putt for Smith here. This putt would be for par. This will put a little bit of pressure on Freeman to have to make his putt to
remain tied up with him. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. I think all in all for Evan Smith, it's been a great day. He improved on his performance from the Mid-America Open, and he's got a top 3 and at the worst a top 4 at an Elite Series event.
That slides off the chains for Freeman.
Yeah, see, look, Simon's right on the edge. He's in great spot, and it's going to be Lizotte up first.
Lizotte birdies. Simon Lizotte comes in today with a 10 under effort. He moves to 27 under. He birdies the last 5 holes of the tournament. Robert Burridge needs this putt to force a playoff with Simon Lizotte. He's done it. Robert Burridge steps up and delivers, forcing the playoff with Simon Lizotte. We're going into extra holes.
Both men 5 shots ahead of the field. In fact, now 6 shots ahead of the field. 11 under par for Burridge, 10 under par for Simon. There's no better 2 men to go into this playoff this weekend. Tremendous. And like you said, 5 for 5 for Lizotte. And in this round, both men, Lizotte and Burridge, perfect from C1X. What a gutsy putt from basically a guy who was an AM just 200 and something days ago.
I feel like we could sit and watch all of the different angles that are provided. We could do it 4 or 5 different times. You've got the ultimate showman in Simon Lizotte, who's proven this year that when he comes back and plays smart golf and he just tones it back a little bit, just dials it back a little bit, he's a contender. He's already won twice on the Disc Golf Pro Tour this year, and now he's trying to hunt down his third. But this youngster, this other guy, is trying to get in his way.
Oh, he's in his way at the moment. There's no question about it. I mean, we're going to head to hole 1 and 2. Again, there's no advantage for either player.
No.
They both birdied it. They went birdie. In fact, they pushed the first 4 holes in today's round, and then it was Burridge who took the birdie on 5, with Lizotte actually having kind of a loose tee shot on 5. So really no advantage to either player, and Terry, I agree with you, 3 could be the first hole where we really see something go sideways. Either way, wow. This is what disc golf's all about.
Live disc golf right here on the Disc Golf Network. Of course, we've got the playoff. That's on the other side of this commercial break. We'll be right back.
If you want to be the best, you win world. It doesn't happen to a lot of people, and when it does, it's huge.
Last year's World Championships, just exciting edge-of-your-seat action.
Got it!
This year, the PDGA World Championships return to Emporia, Kansas. If you are a fan of disc golf, you're going to want to watch the World Championships this year. And whether it's coming here to be a part of history or tuning into the Disc Golf Network, you are not going to want to miss a single throw. The only question is, how are you going to watch?
I wish I was there.
Power Grip, Europe's #1 disc golf shop, is now available in the United States. Our selection is constantly growing as we build on strong relationships throughout the disc golf industry. It doesn't matter the question you have, where you're from, or your skill level. Power Grip is here to help. Shop us online at powergripusa.com.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much.
And welcome back. We've got extra golf for you guys.
And the conditions are even more
perfect. If that's possible, Nate.
The day is even more perfect. Everything is just perfect, to be honest. Lizotte going for 3 this season. Burridge going for 1 in his career.
And typically, and I'm not sure if they're going to make this distinction or if they've already done it, typically there's essentially a flip of a coin to see who goes first. And then if it pushes, then the honors will alternate from there on out on every single hole.
Ready. But if you win the coin flip, do you choose who goes first or you go first? You go first. Okay. All right, guys. Sudden death playoff. We're going to play 1 through 5 and 18 on a loop until our winner is determined. I'm going to flip a coin to determine who goes first off the tee. We will flip-flop every hole after that. Simon, you are heads. Robert, you are tails. Simon will go first. Robert second.
Do it for the dad.
And as you guys heard, Simon Lizotte will go first. If it pushes, that means Robert would go first on hole 2, and they'll continue that alternation.
Yes, sir.
These two are extremely evenly matched in their skill set this week. Burridge has proven he has plenty of distance. The only fear here on hole 1 is going out of bounds right. But really, with this kind of wind, that's not much of a concern. Just put it on a hyzer.
We again have to talk about the position of who forces whom to go first. That's the real question. And right now, it looks like Simon Lizotte will be throwing first. And I'm going to throw it out to the man who's been walking around all weekend. Brian, tell us what you were feeling and what the crowd was feeling on 18.
Terry, I'm going to tell you something. This may not be the biggest crowd that we've seen all year. It's still pretty big, but this is the rowdiest crowd and the most focused on the action crowd that I've ever seen. Everyone is locked in on the competition. Everyone knows what the score is. You could tell because they were dead silent at some of the most tense moments on the course. It is such an awesome experience out here right now. This is incredible disc golf, and both of these players are playing fantastic disc golf. It's just awesome to watch and be out here.
And one more for you, Brian. Can you confirm, does it look like Lizotte will have to go first on this one?
From the angle I'm at, it looks like he is. Robert smashed his drive, but I'm by the green right now, and that's what I can see.
All right, we appreciate it. Iowa certainly knows disc golf, ranked as some of the most courses per capita of anywhere in the country. Long history of Hall of Famers and great history of the World Championships taking place here in 2004. Many revere as one of the greatest World Championships we've ever had.
And check it out, it's Burridge first.
Looks like it is, and he is lining up a forehand approach.
You throw the same disc. He's not even resetting. Sidearm shot here, OB right, OB left.
And that flirts with the left side OB, but he is inbounds. Very similar position to where we saw Paul Macbeth from earlier in the round.
And that's a C2 putt. That he is not inside circle 1.
Simon can apply all of the pressure by putting this one closer.
100%. And it's low. It's low, Terry. He's going to have no chance. I mean, it's Simon Lizotte, so a long throw-in, but what a misfire from Simon.
Exactly where is that, Brian? Simon's running down. He knows he made the mistake. How far away is he? And what will his look be like?
Yeah, he's going to be about 100 to 150 away from the basket. That was just too low. I mean, there's a little bit of a headwind coming off the road right towards them. Robert has 40-footer straddle around the tree, so we'll look for victory unless Simon throws it in.
And I'm gonna go ahead and say, let's go ahead and take a look at Simon's shot here. Just totally too low. I mean, he just absolutely knew it was a misfire. He went running after it. He was angry about it, and he's going to have to try to throw this one in. So Robert Burridge will have a 40-footer for, I mean, all kinds of, I mean, there's a litany of things. The first to win a Pro Tour after taking cash, and one of the biggest cash payouts in a three-round tournament. It's so many things. Wow.
We see the obstruction, and he's going to be reaching out to his right. This is going to be some type of straddle.
2 of 5 from C2 today. The miss can go long out of bounds. There's a little bit of concern about that as well. Off the top could go OB.
Burge to win. And we should see this playoff extend to hole number 2.
It would have been, and by no means is Burge in yet. Well, he's got to make this putt. He has to make this putt, obviously. Simon looking in very closely.
And middle of the chains for Burridge. Just no shake of confidence at all. That was absolutely dead center the entire way. Simon quickly stepping up, and the playoff extends to hole number 2. We could see this going to hole number 2, but we expected it to do so with a birdie.
Yeah, with 2 birdies.
Burridge knows
it's
he
a
could have had it.
tricky putt. It's a tricky putt from where he is, because anything off the top of that basket is OB long. It's a downhill slope, and the OB is inside circle 1 on that side of the green. So all in all, obviously Burridge had that opportunity, but it could have gone a little bit differently there. So a missed putt, but he was still in bounds. That's the par. Here's our shot. Right side of your screen, kind of center right of your screen. That's the grouping of trees that the players are trying to go around. And so they want to avoid going inside that clump of trees. And then the pin upper right of your screen.
Nate, we saw 56% of the field birdie hole number 2. This came in as the 3rd easiest hole on the course. You would fully expect 2 birdies here, a couple of big drives, relatively easy approaches for them. You would expect to see a push here with birdies.
100%. Nothing like an intimidation from a giant check walking around with you.
That certainly checks out for me.
Yes. $11,000.
Just lingering.
Oh my
Just lingering.
gosh.
Thinking about how you can stuff that in your backpack or in your disc golf bag. Robert Burridge now has the honors. 2nd sudden death playoff hole.
Wynn pushing from right to left, which is essentially helping the players. Brian's going to go ahead and take a close look at that.
Brian, tell us about that line.
Actually got a fantastic kick off that tree. He now has a wide open look either side, left or right.
And even wider. We'll get confirmation from Brian, but I think that's going to also be ideal. Can you confirm, Brian, is that ideal positioning? And who's going to go first?
Yeah, they're about even. I think they're really going to have a conversation about who goes first. Simon's higher on the hill, but I would say equidistant from the basket. This is actually going to be kind of an interesting discussion.
Yeah, and just thinking about who's going to either have the confidence or maybe insist that one goes versus the other. So interesting to see how this is going to play out.
Yes and no, in the sense that both shots are relatively easy in comparison to, the shots that they were making coming down that back 9 stretch. But yeah, I mean, no matter what, you always want to be able to go first on this hole, on this shot, because you want to put that pressure on. I've got this shot. I've made this shot a million billion times. So, in other situations, you want the other person to go when there's out of bounds in plays and things like that. So here's the question.
I'm in the same spot I was. Where are you at?
It's me.
All right, Burridge stepping up and saying, it's me.
Yeah,
He's going to go first.
I would have said the same thing. I would have just said, I'll go.
The forehand play can bring him on the high side of the basket, inside the circle. Maybe a little longer than the putt he just made back on hole number 1. Lizotte to match.
It's wide. That slope comes into play. Not bad, not bad.
Not bad, but neither of them parking it.
No, not at all.
We've seen plenty of closer approach shots throughout the weekend. So keep the nerves in check. Still circle 1 putts for both of them.
Yeah, and I think in your mind you have to just put, you know, the park job out of your consciousness when you are throwing these shots. You obviously want it close, but you have to expect that you have to make these putts. And that's what Simon's thinking right now, like, oh boy, I didn't park it, so I'm going to have to make this putt. Simon just inside edge of circle 1.
Have to start thinking about if the sun could be in his eyes, and it looks like he's got a shadow to help him out. Simon Lizotte needs this for birdie.
Gutsy putt right there from Simon. We'll see what Burridge has. Again, both men perfect inside C1 throughout today's performance.
Burridge to keep the playoff alive.
And Terry, you're getting your wish. Hole 3 is going to be a part of the playoff.
I wasn't necessarily wishing for it, but I was seeing it possibly unfold that way. Just thinking that we'd see birdies on 1 and 2. Regardless, they've matched each other. Now we head to hole number 3, one of the most talked about holes in the entire press conference, and now it's certainly going to become a factor here as we're heading into the 3rd playoff hole. Nate, break it down for us again. What are they trying to do here?
You can go backhand, but sidearm has been the standard play. See the tree right in the center? That's the one that you're looking at right there. And as I was talking about, if you can drift outside that, you can actually take a skip and bring it around. But if you just drift just inside of it, that's the gap that all the players are talking about. They'd like to see a couple of these trees gone. But if you hit that gap, that's great. But we saw Paul Macbeth skip long out of bounds. You have OB long and left, and then, of course, the whole line along the water on the right. It's not an easy par 3 today. Played as the 3rd most difficult hole. 16% of the field today took birdie, but 19% took bogey. So for the most part, we see pars on this one. Both men parring it in regulation today's round.
It's going to be Lizotte first. And in all fairness, when Macbeth had gone deep, he was one of the few players we've seen go with a backhand fairway driver. Most of the backhands you're going to see out here are going to be with a mid-range. If you're seeing any kind of sharp edge, it's usually a forehand like Simon's lining up. Macbeth went really aggressive when he had gone deep. Here's Simon Lizotte. He gets the skip, he's in the opening, and Lizotte will have a putt for birdie. Wide open, downhill putt on 3.
Yes, that is. You would pay for that shot. I don't know about $11,000, but you know, you would pay quite a bit for that shot in any round. That was a great one.
He just might get paid for that shot, Nate. Here's Burridge. He has to answer. This is low. And it doesn't quite make it all the way out. That's at least an opportunity to see the basket. Brian, I don't think you need the bush now, but tell us, what do those two shots look like? How far away are they?
I would say Robert is about 50, 55 feet, and he's got a decently safe look, kind of putting away from the OB. Simon, 35 feet downhill, OB right behind.
And that's exactly what I was just thinking, is that Lizotte, 35 foot, so right at the edge of circle one, but putting directly at the water. So out of bounds in play with a missed putt. Burridge, maybe with a straddle, putting along the water, out of bounds, not as big of a concern. So it's a green light for Burridge, and it would be a green light no matter what, because Simon's clearly going to go for his putt. But
this could get decided in the sense, though, that if Burridge has any kind of misstep or any misfortune here,
Simon
that
can
could
lay up.
easily just allow Simon to lay up and not even be thinking about the water or the OB that you just described.
100%.
So crucial here that Burridge is going first.
Again, like I'm saying, though, Burridge with a hyzer putt.
Much better angle for sure.
Yeah, and it's drifting away from the water. Simon, of course, looking directly at the water.
And Burridge makes the putt.
Unbelievable, Terry. What a dagger by Burridge. Incredible. And it just hung on the left side. He knew it right here. Oh, yes. Incredible.
Burridge from more than 50 feet. Now Simon Lizotte needs this to extend the playoff. Otherwise, Robert Burridge is your champion. And he cans it. Lizotte answers. Hole 3, they both birdie.
It was momentarily too high for Lizotte. It drifts right into the upper quadrant of the chains, and it is a birdie push on hole 3. Most improbable push, and now we head to the signature hole number 4. Look at Burridge. Right here, he's going, it's in. Oh, what a shot. And Simon's was just high. It was, of course, a downhill putt. Oh, upper quadrant.
And that falls in for Lizotte. He extends the playoff. They walk up the small hill to the tee of 4. They're moving on to the next one.
Look at Burridge, just deep breaths.
He's thinking he's got this $11,000 check. They're ready to write his name on it. And he's like, no, get the eraser. Where's the whiteout? Take my name off. I got to do this again. Unreal.
Oh, incredible. Incredible. The guys get another fist bump in. Let's go ahead and take a look at hole number 4. Difficulty-wise, this is what the players are looking at. Hole 4, the most difficult hole today. Terry, 25% birdies, but 36% bogey or worse. Again, any out-of-bounds shot proceeds to the drop zone.
Burridge with the honors. Brian, tell us about the shot. We hear all sorts of groans coming from the crowd and reaction.
It skipped off the stump.
I hate to call something unlucky in this moment, but he skipped off of a stump that was maybe a foot wide, and he got the extra skip. Otherwise, he was spiking.
Lizotte to answer.
Long right for Simon, but a makeable putt for Lizotte. Simon had a similar putt earlier. Check this out, Terry. I saw the disc jump, and he hit the stump about 20 feet from the basket and almost went out of bounds. Oh, my gosh. He's only a few feet from being out of bounds. And neither man at this point has a good-looking putt. Burridge is putting downhill towards the water. Simon Lizotte putting along the water, but with the hyzer finishing towards the water. Earlier in the round, Simon did have a similar looking putt of which he laid up. Incredible, Terry. I just don't even know what to say. I mean, last year, that tree, the stump, was there. That tree was there.
Yeah, and had he hit in that exact same spot, of course, this is a lot of woulda, coulda, shouldas, but had he hit the tree in that spot, it could have very easily hit the trunk of the tree and then rolled out of bounds one way or another back into the water's edge. I mean, there's just, we really can't play that game. But right now, they're both moving into position. And
Brian, how far is Simon Lizotte's putt? We did not see it exactly how far he is.
I would say he's about 38 feet from the basket. Pretty solid lie, actually, and Robert has pretty much nothing. He has a pretty tough decision to make. The only way to run the basket is with a steep hyzer.
There's no way. I mean, he has to lay this up. What a sickening position for Burridge. Oh.
And now this will put it all, of course, on Simon. And Simon's going to have to keep his nerves calm.
What Burridge did is exactly what he should have done in that situation.
Yeah,
nobody would have said to do anything different.
Well, the internet will tell us otherwise, but I'm not too worried about them right now.
Look at 2 paces outside, we'll call it 38, along the water. Pretty flat, though, Terry.
Simon Lizotte for the win at the 2022 TrueBank Des Moines Challenge. And he does it. Simon Lizotte, a 3-time champion on the Pro Tour in 2022. 4-hole sudden death playoff over Robert Burridge.
Incredible putt by Simon, earned every inch of the title.
The 2022 TrueBank Des Moines Challenge presented by Discraft champion Simon Lizotte.
Good, bud. Take a big photo.
Simon Lizotte birdied 8 of the final 9 holes that he played today.
He claimed earlier in the year that he didn't know when he could do this again, and now he's done it twice since then. Lizotte, the 3-time Pro Tour champion in 2022.
Way to go. Congratulations. Right here, guys. Right here.
That's the CEO of TrueBank.
There we go.
Presenting sponsor, or title sponsor, I should say.
He's going to
Give
put
a
that in
big
the back
shout
of his
out
car
to
with the rest of the
TrueBank,
big checks.
everyone! Nice. Let's go, baby. Come on.
Okay, no problem. In unbelievable fashion. Apparently we have enough battery power. We're going to be checking in with Simon still in just a moment. Your champion here at the TrueBank Des Moines Challenge. Take it away, guys.
Simon, it's your 3rd Elite Series victory this year. I'm going to let you catch your breath a little bit. First off, look at all these people around you that have been chanting your name all week. What do you have to say to these people?
It's almost like too nice. Like, Iowa has been just such a treat. I think it's my first time here ever playing disc golf. And I felt super welcome. Thank you. And the tournament staff and the team absolutely killed it. The concert last night was the best disc golf concert I've ever been to. It was so much fun. And I'm so mind blown that I just won. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Well, let's zoom into this final round. Robert Burridge was on fire. He was 9 down through 13 holes. Comment on him and what it was like battling with someone like Robert.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever played with him before, so I didn't know too much about him. But he was throwing the disc so much better than all of us. So I was like, if he's gonna win, he totally deserved it. He got screwed on this freaking tree stump right there. I want to get rid of that just for him because that was rude. I hate when that kind of stuff happens, but that's part of the game. But no, huge shout out to him. He was an amateur last year, so that was an unbelievable battle.
Talk to us about hole number 18. What a wild finish this was. Robert takes the bogey on 15. You both birdie 16. He misses 17. You go into 18 tied. What's going through your mind?
It was a weird kind of dynamic the round. I think I took the lead or tied for a lead like somewhere in the front 9. But Robert was just playing so much better than us, like I said already. And then I missed the Mando, or something weird happened on 12? And then he was like up 3 or 4, and I was like, man, I guess it's just going to happen like that. But that took the pressure off of me, which meant I could just start playing, and that's when I play my best, is when I can not be under pressure and just freaking throw the disc. And yeah, he made that mistake on 15, and then I birdied out somehow out of nowhere. But that's golf. It's unexplainable sometimes. It just works. It just worked. I made like every putt this week too. It wasn't crazy.
Well, speaking of that, we're going into the World Championships. We have an off week, and then the tournament starts on the Tuesday in Emporia. How does it feel to be playing so solid, winning the tournament, and then going into that major championship?
Yeah, it was so strange because I struggled in Europe at the major. Historically, my majors have always been like lackluster, and I don't really know why. I can't explain it. But obviously, this win is a huge confidence boost. And again, just a reminder that it's never over till it's over. And I'm just really excited tomorrow to go back to Massachusetts for a week to see my family, because they need me too.
Well, congratulations, Simon, and good luck at the World Championships next week.
Thanks, Brian.
Guys, we're just going to hold here one.
Now it becomes picture time for Simon Lizotte. We're going to take another look. This is from the other reverse angle on hole 4. Lizotte to the dagger, the right side of Chains, pulls it in. The embrace with the caddy. The confidence. So suave. And from the other side of the pond, a phrase often used with regards to Simon, you're champion. In showman-like fashion, as you said, all of those birdies required. He said the pressure was taken off of him. What were you thinking as Simon Lizotte was trying to, well, play catch-up at one point? He was down 3 after hole 12.
Yeah, he birdied 8 of the final 9 holes that he played, including that final putt. And I said it right at the end of the round. Simon Lizotte earned every ounce of that championship. But what you see on the flip side of that is Robert Burridge, who earned every inch of his position as well. And I think Simon said it perfectly. That's just the way the game is. He did nothing wrong, and neither did Simon. At the end of the day, somebody has to take the trophy. I am extremely proud of both of those guys, and I am just so happy for Simon. I'm a little bit emotional, to be completely honest, because that's why we do sports, is for those moments, to play against each other, to have those moments and to have those feelings. I can't wait to see Robert Burridge in the future, but boy, I am just so proud of Simon. 3 Pro Tours in a year? He was struggling to win 1 a season a couple of years ago. So happy for Simon.
Yeah, my takeaway to add on to that briefly is during that interview, Robert Burridge is standing right there watching and
Every
listening
inch.
to every single
Yeah.
word that Simon is saying, and he's doing it with a smile on his face,
Yeah.
with grace, with humility, with pride. He's doing all of that. Everything you just said about where Robert Burridge put himself today. Hats off to you. It was an
100%.
incredible performance. We're going to continue to break down the tournament. We're going to postulate about what's ahead and in store. We've got World Championships. We've got playoffs on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. We've got so much in store, including the OTB after show. We'll be right back.
We are dedicated to the game. Developing technology and providing data that helps you take the next step. Whether it's your next training session, league night, or major. Because we believe the best way to grow the sport is to push the sport. And the best way to do that is together. We're focused on the future to make that happen.
The MVP Black Hole Pro is the best portable basket on the market.
It's easy to transport. You can set it up in under 60 seconds, no problem.
It's perfect for any sort of practice putting. I would recommend it for anyone who needs a portable basket.
The Millennium Draco is an overstable 9-speed utility driver that's great for Hausers, backhand or forehand. Get yours at golfdisc.com.
He's way out of position. Like,
he's gonna have to force it though.
I don't think he can.
Think it's even possible?
It's in the impossible range.
The way Worlds ended last year, you couldn't have wrote that in a book.
He's trying to make this, right?
I imagine
what do you
he's going to
think?
take a stab at it. He's got such great control with these left to rights with his putter.
I had to like sit there and stare at after the initial reaction. I had to like process.
If you don't even think it's a sport, watching this moment has to get you pumped up.
I think next to the marriage to my wife and the birth of my 3 daughters, probably the greatest moment of my life.
But you got to know how they got there. That moment, the context of that moment.
I think we were all kind of holding our breaths, hoping this is going to work, but expecting that it won't.
We still have some shortcomings.
These things that are majorly blowing up in the face of the sport.
It's unfortunate to have to deal with on such an elite level.
Definitely you could feel the tension.
You're gonna make mistakes, and you gotta own them. And that was a mistake.
It felt like a game, a hobby, and in the back of your mind somewhere you're like, are we ever going to get there?
We just had to do our best to continue with the World Championships and continue to put on the best tournament that we could.
He's going to need the shot of the century.
It just felt like something in the air.
It's a must do or go home.
And right around the corner, Nate, the World Championships, August 30th through September 3rd. Where else would you be except for the Disc Golf Network, watching it live all 5 days? We're going to bring you FPO and MPO action. Nate, the moment that we all wait for year after year after year. You've taken home 3 titles. Your wife has taken home 4 world titles. Talk about what that means as we gear up for it, and it's just a few days away.
Yeah, it means everything. It means everything to the person who gets to take home that title. It means everything to the people that get to be there and get to watch it and get to be a part of it. It means everything to the guys who take 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. It means everything to just some people that just get to play in it, that just get to compete in it. And, there's really not too much better of a stage than Emporia, Kansas. The crew there just does a tremendous job. We're going to be there in person. I cannot wait to crown 2 champions. And there's a lot of people this year that are potential winners.
Yeah.
I almost can't even – I really don't even want to put a favorite on either men or women.
It's almost impossible to do it. I'll say even especially on the men's side. You have so many different people firing on different cylinders and things that matter or don't. You talk about who performed well this weekend. Ricky Wysocki, a 2-time world champion who got his first world title in Emporia, didn't cash this weekend. Like, that in alone is a story. It's not a good one for Ricky, but that's a story in itself. And to know that that's just a few days ahead of the World Championships feels like it puts all of our thoughts and all of our predictions, and you throw them into a tumbler, and it's like, where are they going to unfold? What's going to happen here? And then you look at Paul McBath, who really struggled in his opening round here at this tournament, and then came back with fire during round number 2, which was just a few hours later in the same day. Mm-hmm. And then you have others like Eagle McMahon. You have Simon Lizotte. You have KJ USA. James Conrad, our reigning world champ, who really just waited for that final moment when he made that shot. And then he proved to the world not only could he get there and he could go up against Paul McBath, but then he took him down in the most pressure-packed way on that playoff hole. So there's so many things. There's so many storylines. And, of course, we're going to have great battles in FPO as well.
Oh, my God,
when you talk about what we've seen over there in the FPO division. But does anything from this weekend particularly stand out for you, knowing the Worlds starts in about 8 or 9 days?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it sticks out for me. More on the positive side of things, who played well. Simon obviously winning and just in tremendous fashion making a pressure-packed putt there for $11,000 on the final hole and another title to his name. If Ricky Wysocki missed cash, say at Jonesboro, or even a DDO or something in the middle of the season, we would be going, oh, boy, what's going on with Ricky Wysocki? I'm giving you the pros perspective. It was questionable if Ricky should have even played this tournament. And once he wasn't a factor, his mind was gone. It wasn't on the shots he was playing. It wasn't on hole 6 or 7, making the island. It was just get me through the course, whatever. I'm going to do my job because you started the tournament. You can't pull out. That's something that we know as competitors. And so I'm not looking into that performance from Ricky. Is it disappointing? Yes. 100% is it disappointing. But I'm also not looking at it too tight because think about everybody is going to go into that week and refocus over the next 3 or 4 days. And if you have bad memories, you leave them behind. If you have good ones, you bring them with you. That's a part of the job. But is it scary that Ricky missed Cash? Yeah, because it hasn't happened in a long time. The longest time that I can even remember.
Yeah, and I think the same of someone like Paul McBath, who hasn't been winning lately, and it's crazy we even have to have that conversation. But we've also not seen him finish outside of the top 2 spots in 10 years.
Yeah.
So we know he rises to the occasion. And the same people that rise to the occasion are the likes of Robert Burridge.
Yes.
He did so this weekend. He's in the clubhouse now. We're going to hear from him after this incredible playoff that he came up just short in. Take it away, guys.
Robert, I feel privileged having gotten to watch you play at a high AM level just a year ago. Now today, I'm one of thousands living vicariously through you as you stare down Simon Lizotte in a playoff at a Disc Golf Pro Tour event. But first things first, take us through your day.
My day so far, I mean, woke up, had to get my stuff out of the Airbnb. Went, got breakfast at a local cafe, and then just went to the course and just, you know, I was there a few hours early. I putted a little bit through a little bit. Got Seth to do some elbow work with me, so I was feeling good going into it. Threw a few shots, but really just, you know, took my time warming up, knowing that today could be a good day for me, and so I don't know. It was a good day. But I just took a lot of time warming up today and had a lot of fun out there.
You battled all afternoon. Not sure you're even aware that you and Simon began to pull away just a little bit. Are you a score watcher? It looked like you weren't nervous in the slightest.
So depends on the situation. At sort of A tiers through C tiers, I tend to score watch a little more than I should. But Elite Series, majors, I try not to look at scores at all because I'm going to do the best I can one way or another. So I didn't know any scores until hole 18 on the tee. So I think it plays better for me because I'm focused on my shot, not what the other player's doing.
But once the playoff starts, you have to be aware of the score because it essentially becomes match play. Take us through the ups and downs, a couple of long putts, a couple of misses, and then that tee shot on 4. How was that for you?
Through the playoff, you know, hole 1, I knew just to get it wide, it'll swing. I usually play that for par. I usually try to backhand 1 to circle 2 and make a putt. But I was far enough up the hill to throw a forehand at it. So I threw a forehand, got a little pinched behind the tree, and, you know, kind of pulled the putt a little bit right because I wasn't in a comfortable stance, but made the comebacker. Hole 2, the first 2 rounds gone about circle's edge deep, but today I fixed it and started throwing the second shot on pure hyzer, so that it would skip up the hill instead of kind of straight skip down the green. And I played it the exact same I did in tournament and took another birdie. Hole 3, I pulled my drive, got a very, very generous kick, and took advantage with the circle 2 putt. I knew it had a chance to go in. Once I let it go, I also knew Simon wasn't parked and had a tough little putt too with some wind. He made it, of course. Then hole 5, I threw my drive about as good as I thought I could. Took a bad skip off a stump, but, you know, from where I was, I knew that if I tried to run it, I'd go in the water or roll into the water. So I laid up and tried to put all the pressure on Simon, and he made it, and that's just how it goes sometimes, you know. I had a fun time battling. I threw about the best I could in that tournament. Had a lot of fun throughout this tournament, but, you know, I didn't win, but I'm glad Simon did.
Simon got the epic roars, as he often does. You, on the other hand, have received congratulations upon congratulations, walking all the way up here to Tournament Central from that 4th hole. And your phone has been blowing up. Will you sleep well tonight? Do you feel like you really accomplished something today? Because you should.
I really do feel like I accomplished something. You know, being on lead card today, I got a lot of messages after yesterday's round about, like, just play your game, you'll do fine. But really I just, you know, tried to shoot as best I could, you know, played smart, played conservative if I needed to. But realistically, I did the best I could. But, you know, being the underdog, you know, you're not going to get the big roars because you're not known, especially against Simon. Simon's a great competitor, a great person, and I wish all the best for him in future tournaments.
Well, it's one of the epic battles now that will go down in Disc Golf Network history. Thank you very much, Robert, for bringing that to us.
Of course, I did my best.
And the composure. I mean, and there were two things that I wrote down. He said, "I didn't win, but I'm glad Simon did." And that, to me, clearly, you know, if you're a disc golfer, you've watched and seen what the likes of Simon Lizotte have been doing for our sport and has been just doing for the entire world and entertaining. And so to have him go head-to-head with someone like Simon Lizotte, or really anyone here in his very young career, as we were talking about earlier, he was close to being the youngest ever to going from being an amateur to accepting his first cash at an elite series or a major event. So close today, and such a valiant effort that was put forth by that young man. And composure is the word I just keep thinking of. I mean, look how he handled that interview and really his outlook on all of disc golf.
Yeah, you got to think he was the AM Nationals winner from last year, and probably 6 months before that, he might have been a giant Simon Lizotte fan. I mean, we all are for the most part, and there is a watershed moment in everybody's career, because as you're coming up, you're always a fan of the people that are ahead of you, because who do you emulate? Who do you want to be? Who do you want to throw like? Who do you want to act like? Who do you want to interview like? All those things go through the mind of young athletes, and then you have that moment where you get to be there and you get to be a part of it, and that was Robert's day today, and he'll never forget that moment. I'll never forget the first time I was a part of in an environment like that. It was in the 2001 Masters Cup. I went up head-to-head against Barry Schultz, and you know, Barry took down the win. I got second place, and those moments are things that stick with you, and those moments are things that allow you to become a champion later down the road, regardless of what happens today. Burridge has a good head on his shoulders and a good stepping stone to get going on.
Well, certainly, not only are they learning and teachable moments, but they're career-defining. Yeah. Think about the stock in which Robert Burridge's stock just went up today for so many different reasons. For us, seeing the skills that he brings to the course, seeing the composure that he brought, just how well-spoken that he is when he's talking about this huge moment in his disc golf playing career. Just everything that you saw from Robert Burridge, the camaraderie that he had on the course. I mean, so enjoyable to watch and easy to cheer for. He's going up against one of the most likable guys on the planet, but knowing that he certainly gained some fans here today, and anyone that was already a fan of him and knew about his game is that much more proud of what he accomplished out there today, and that to me is really exciting. And also part of what's so special for us here on the Disc Golf Network and anywhere within disc golf media is now everybody knows that much more about Robert Burridge.
Yes.
And what he's all about, and the game and the sportsman that he is, and what we'll see from him moving forward.
100%.
We're going to take a look at it now. The OTB, only the best shot of the day. So dramatic this entire weekend, really, as we saw so many highs from so many of our top competitors. But when it's all said and done, Simon Lizotte comes out here and wins it in dramatic playoff fashion. Of course, he knew all the pressure was put on him. This was his tournament to win in this moment. Otherwise, the playoff would have extended to hole number 5. But Simon says, I'm going to end it right here. And what a potential month Simon Lizotte could have. Think about this victory Worlds in just a few days, getting married a few days after that. Then we have the playoffs within the Disc Golf Pro Tour, the Pro Tour Championships. The next few weeks, so huge for all of disc golf, but this man is going to live it up like none other. And that's exactly what we would expect from Simon.
Yes, indeed. And, you know, it just, he made it the way he should have on the high side, anticipating the slope. What a shot, what a tournament.
Guys, the World Championships starting Tuesday, August 30th, all the way through Saturday, September 3rd. We invite you to join us live on the Disc Golf Network, the PDGA Major, the moment all disc golfers live for. We saw the holy shot last year, and we're going to see fireworks and excitement this year. That's all taking place in Emporia. So if you haven't bought your tickets or you can't make it there, we know that you're going to be tuned in to the network. That's the Disc Golf Network. We'll bring it to you all live. We're going to close it out. We've got Brian Earhart, who was out on the ground along with all the cameras and crew, the staff, the PDGA, the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Everyone in the control rooms, thank you for joining us. For Valerie Jenkins earlier, Nate Doss, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. That's all from Iowa. We'll see you at the Worlds.